This is your host, Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, along with my esteemed colleague, Grandmaster Peter Svidler. Welcome aboard, Peter.
Hello, Yas. It's nice to be opening up, and it looks like a great event.
Absolutely.
I'm expecting great things from this.
Me too. Before we started our broadcast, I have to share that you were at a Belgian beer party yesterday. Give us the details.
Well, let's just say that you probably shouldn't mix 4 different Belgian beers and some seriously spicy Indian food. Although I mean, it felt excellent while sort of in progress, but the results were somewhat less than desirable.
You mentioned something about 3 a.m. regrets.
Yeah. And that, I think, should conclude that particular conversation.
Very good. Well, Peter, I have to say, I mean, first of all, you have a lot of supporters here at ICC, and they were cheering you mightily during the Russian Championship, of which you were the winner and the 6th-time winner. Hearty congratulations for that outstanding achievement.
Thank you.
And even more so during the World Cup, which you likewise won. My goodness, Peter, you're having a fabulous individual
yeah, that's a very, very important adjective there. Yeah.
Yes.
If only we could somehow conveniently forget there are team events.
There are team events.
Yeah, that would be an incredibly stellar year.
Yeah, it's just
with the team events, it's somewhat less stellar, but still, I mean, I'm fairly satisfied with how the year went.
Obviously, and again, congratulations, lots of support in the whole of the ICC. Like I said, we're really following and cheering you along. Speaking of team events, and I'm sure I'm sticking my thumb directly into a sore point, but I noted that Yuri Dahoyan, the former trainer of Garry Kasparov, is now the new Russian team captain.
Yeah, that's the big news. Yeah,
that is really big news. Is the Russian Chess Federation trying to recapture some Kasparov magic? What's happening?
I don't think that's what they're doing. I mean, Yuri is famous for he's been the women's team coach for a number of years now, and they have been showing excellent results. I mean, they won all their matches during the Olympiad, and they've won the European just now, and. Well, frankly, I mean, it's clearly not my favorite subject, but since we're on it,
right.
I mean, I don't think, there's any doubt that the Russian men's team needs to be taught a lot of chess.
Mm-hmm.
We all perform rather well when on our own.
Right.
So I think the thinking goes, somebody who can manage the Russian women's team, which... I mean, I've seen this up close I've been watching this up close for a while, and it's not an easy job.
No.
It's becoming easier every year because they're winning everything, and the team that is winning everything gets along much better. But generally speaking, I think the general idea behind moving Dahoyan from women's to the men's team is, he is somebody who can motivate people, who can, produce the necessary, psychological. I'm not sure what's the word I'm looking for there, but I mean, the problems are obviously not chess related.
No.
I'm somewhat at a loss as to what exactly is the problem, because most of the team, if not everybody, gets along extremely well with everybody else, and
exactly.
And we're really not lacking for motivation. I mean, we haven't been winning things for many years now,
mm-hmm.
and it's really becoming a big thing sticking. So, it's a thing that occupies. Not all our waking hours, but
right.
A substantial portion of our waking hours. This idea that it's time we started winning things again,
Well,
and
exactly.
it's still not happening. And as I said, I mean, a team comprised of let's say Grisha, Kramnik, Karyakin, myself perhaps, although with my current run of results for the team, I'm not an automatic pick, frankly. And let's say Vitugov or Nepomniachtchi or whoever, frankly, yeah. I mean, a team like that should be, well, a favorite to win anything.
Well, on paper, you're
on paper, on paper.
Okay,
But something always manages to go wrong somehow, and this needs to be addressed. And I think this latest idea is that perhaps Yuri is the person best equipped to address, to figure out and then address exactly what is wrong.
Exactly. Well, I wish your team much success, except of course when you play the Americans. With that exception, I mean, really, it's you're overdue. I mean, the team has to come together, and like you say, it's not because of team spirit. I witnessed firsthand in China that, in fact, not only are you friendly, you're very friendly with one another.
There's really no problem on that front whatsoever. I mean,
exactly. Yeah.
Hang on. So, hang on a second.
Sure.
I think I might have to go open that proverbial drawer.
No problem. I'll handle things while you're gone there. Peter had mentioned before we came on that his family are returning with pizzas, and he needed to open up the door. So he will just be a second.
No, I'm still here. Yeah, I just need to. I mean, I finally solved the problem of how to buy a new battery for my notebook, so I can actually now move around away from the socket. For about a year, my notebook had a battery life of about 3 minutes. So basically, if I wasn't connected to the mains outlet, I couldn't even start Windows. But now this problem has actually been solved. So
outstanding.
I can unplug it and open the door even.
You see how technology leaps ahead?
Yes.
Turning, of course, from team events back to the individual, obviously the Tal Memorial was something extra special. That was really
that was a
phenomenal,
very interesting tournament, yeah.
Give us some overall impressions and what you felt went especially right and what you felt went especially wrong.
For me, I mean.
Of course, for you, yeah.
Well, I began the tournament. The schedule has been somewhat punishing recently, and I began the tournament still sort of in the same mood I finished the European Team Championship in, and there was a the kind of black depression, really the darkest kind, because I really managed to sort of ruin the tournament for everybody there by losing an extremely good position to Rajabov in a crunch match, which would had I won this position, I mean, a draw would still keep us in the running, but had I won, we would have been tied for second with still a lot of people ahead of us who hadn't played us yet. So right. I mean, we'd really be in the running for the first.
Right.
And after that game, we were not even in the running for the third, as it turned out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. By the way, for everybody, I just got a message from Sandro Leon, our audio technician, that there's been a slight delay, 15 minutes. I guess they're doing some speech making. So it's 3:09. So in about 6 minutes, we'll actually be seeing moves. So I understand you came to the Tal Memorial not with the best
not in the best frame of mind, and I think my first round game kind of reflected that, because I managed to get an incredibly unpleasant position in a really totally innocuous sideline of the Grunfeld, and then somehow pulled myself together and equalized completely against Turkey, and even had some chances for perhaps taking over the initiative and playing for a win even, and then managed to sort of throw the game away in about 2 moves flat for really no particular reason.
Grown.
And after that, I thought, okay, this now really has the potential of, becoming a sort of a living nightmare for 10 days straight. And then I took a practical decision of, I decided that I will just play some kind of opening against Vishy, and if I don't get anything, I don't get anything. And, I decided that, a break might do me some good, actually. And, well, I mean, you can't really take a break in a tournament like that, but you can make a sort of a conscious decision not to take too many risks in one particular game and sort of see how that goes. So that was a kind of a quiet game, and I managed to somehow pull myself together. And from round three till the end, I'm very satisfied with how I played. Not with the results all that much. I mean,
but your games were interesting, full of
yeah.
fight.
But I think I played very interesting, exciting chess, and I still made mistakes. And I think in a tournament of this strength, those let's say quarter points you drop here and there are extremely costly. And it's a pity that I wasn't, let's say, in the running for the first, which I could have been with a slightly better treatment of good positions and slightly, better treatment of one slightly worse position I got against Levon. But I mean, I have no regrets, quality-wise.
Right.
I think I played well, and I think, generally speaking, I mean, I think this tournament goes into the plus column.
Oh, definitely. And as you describe it, the horrible start, which could have led to a nightmare scenario, didn't come to pass. And in fact, you went +1 after that horrid start. You had this brilliant comment, by the way. I don't know if that was impromptu, but in any case, it was really well said. You mentioned after your win against Kramnik that playing wins against Kramnik are like catching a bus. One comes along every 7 years, and then suddenly there's 2 in a row.
Yeah. Well, it is somewhat weird because I mean he's been after Vishy. I think Vishy really is a problem for me. But after Vishy, he's been the biggest problem I've had in terms of difficulty of play against people I play regularly. I've had a very, very bad score against him over the years, and I very rarely looked like winning a game. And this year I'm 2-0 up for no particular reason that I can
figure it out, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not as if I suddenly realized what I was doing wrong all those years and I'm now doing it exactly right. It's just something that happened, and I mean I'm very pleased it did, but I still don't quite know why.
Well, I remember something very similar, and I don't mean to pat myself on the back. I started with a very good score with Karpov, and then it just started going worse and worse and worse. And then suddenly we played at the first Melody Amber, and for reasons I can't even explain to anybody, let alone myself, we played 2 games in the Melody Amber, and then Joop van Oostrom organized a blitz tournament on a free day. So I played essentially 3 games against Karpov and won all 3.
This just happens on occasion, yeah. And,
we looked.
I mean, perhaps. I mean, I did change one thing in my approach because in both the Super Final and the Tal Memorial, I took a conscious choice of not even trying to play, any kind of theory. In both games, we were entirely on our own after about 6 to 8 moves. But if this guaranteed victory against Vlad, a lot of people would have been doing this for many years.
Absolutely,
it quite clearly doesn't. I mean, it's although I mean this is the one obvious difference to my previous approach, because I always felt, okay, I'm probably not going to get anything, but I still should try. And I would play e4 and try to find some half idea in the Petrov or whatever, and that would quite obviously not work.
Yeah,
So,
no, I
so
mean,
this
you're
year
not
I
the only.
decided I've had enough of that, and I'm gonna go knight of 3, g3, and then God knows what, and pretty much, in those exact words.
And played chess.
Yeah.
After, I mean, okay, it's a little bit unfair for me to ask you this question, but then again, I'm an American, so I made my excuses in advance. After the news broke that Hikaru Nakamura was working with Garry Kasparov, chess fans, especially American chess fans, got very eager what Naka's results were going to be. And after Bilbao, and now even more so after the Tal Memorial, we're kind of like wondering, oops, what's gone wrong for Nakamura?
Well, I'm really not qualified to address that very much. I think in Tal it was. It's hard to say. He lost 3 games with white. It's just it's very strange. It shouldn't happen very often, and probably will not happen perhaps ever again in his career. A score like this, no serious problems with black, and just a disaster with white for no particular reason. I don't think how much this is influenced by his work with Gary. Once again, I mean, I've never had the privilege, so
Right.
I can't speak on this subject, in any kind of informed fashion. But I think it's incredibly interesting. It must be hugely beneficial to your chess. But also, I've read Hikaru's interview in New in Chess, and even from sort of open sources, from his own words, it's very demanding,
Sure.
and it creates situations to which you're perhaps somewhat unused to, because he's been a top player for a while now, and now he has somebody who is a legend in his own right, pretty much telling him what to do in some cases, and you have to adjust to that. And this is not a situation which I think he is very accustomed to in general. I think he is very much his own man. He doesn't like people telling him what to do in no situation. My impression of Hikaru is that he prefers to take his own decisions, and I'm not saying this opportunity has been taken away from him, but he now has to somehow balance it with what Kasparov thinks is good to him, good for him. So,
absolutely.
On a purely chess level, it's a gold mine.
Sure.
I don't think anyone can doubt that any sort of opportunity to work with Kasparov must be grabbed with both hands.
Certainly.
Because the man, even if he's not an active chess player anymore, still knows and understands more about the game than most of us will ever know.
Absolutely.
But
we do have.
On a psychological level, it creates situations which are perhaps they require adjusting.
Right.
And he's a very intense person, obviously, Kasparov, and
certainly.
But once again, this is all conjecture, and I've no idea. I've no idea how this works for them, and whether Kasparov was very involved in how Tal was progressing, and whether he was involved in opening choices or what have you.
Right. We do have some moves, by the way.
Yeah, perhaps we can.
We'll keep that conversation alive as we go forward.
There are moves on some boards and no moves on others, which is somewhat strange to me. But
okay, go ahead and type copy too, because prior to broadcast,
this is actually the game which according to my hasn't started yet. So so far let's just not copy anything. Looks like Vichy might be playing the Najdorf against Mickey. It's not the Najdorf yet, but I'm expecting knight f6, knight c3, a6. So this might be interesting. Although Mickey tends to. Vlad has now made his first move, so we can actually copy it. So.
Okay.
And there's an anti-Berlin in Carlsen. Howell, and for some reason the the Aronian McShane game. Although I expect it has started by now. Still shows no moves. So
Okay.
see how that goes. So the Kramnik Nakamura game, which I thought we should stick to primarily, is a Catalan, and Hikaru took on c4 on move 4. So he's going for one of the sharper lines, which we've sort of come to expect from him.
Yeah. Queen a4.
Yeah, this now I think the main line goes bishop b4 check, bishop d2, knight d5.
Right.
And it can lead to very crazy stuff, or sort of less crazy stuff if white doesn't want crazy particularly today.
Long theoretical line.
Yeah, there are some very long theoretical lines starting with knight b4, bishop b4, knight b4, a3, b5, which used to be the main line, queen b5, knight c2 check, and sort of craziness ensues. or white can instead of this play, I think in this position it's possible to go knight a3, which leads to a much more relaxed game. It doesn't pretend to a3 is an attempt to get a lot. Knight a3, as far as I remember, aims to get a little, but at least white completes the development and doesn't lose the a1 rook.
Right, and this is, well, I'm sure Kramnik's had a lot of games, but there's a Kramnik-Topolov game, I think, in particular, that stands in my mind, out of my mind, although I can't remember anything.
Yeah, that's the usual problem, yeah. It's somewhat embarrassing because, for instance, when I was playing the Tal Memorial, I played this strange sideline with knight f3, g5, c4, e6, g3 in 2 games. And in the first one against Gelfand, he played something against me, to which I reacted in what I thought was a very natural manner, and got a seriously worse position, barely saved the game, probably should have lost it at one point.
Right.
And at some point I played d2, g4, which looked like a very obvious natural move to me.
Right.
And I came back home and realized that up to that point we were following the game Ivanchuk-Grishchuk from the recent World Cup, the game which I was following very, very closely from the stands, because by this point I already finished my semifinal and I was there in the stands sort of cheering Sasha on because, he's a friend and I was there to support him. And really, that was 2 months ago.
Right.
And I should have been able to remember what happened in that game, but no.
So
not
close
at all.
So far.
Not at
Oh
all.
my.
Yeah. So let's just briefly show the positions. This is Carlsen Howell, a somewhat fashionable line of the anti-Berlin.
Right. You mentioned 4d3. Yeah.
Yeah, 4d3, not allowing the Berlin proper, but even this now is an extremely well mapped out terrain.
Right.
There has been really a lot of high-level games in this position. Rook e8, I mean, generally speaking, people play d6 more than they play rook e8. But also, for white, I think more people play knight bg2 before castling. So I'm already somewhat unfamiliar with this move order. Although, I mean, it all transposes sort of one into the other in many cases. So I think the point of black's setup is that he wants to go d5 in one move.
Right.
Which is very, very often a beneficial thing to do, obviously.
Right.
So he is preparing to go d5 in one move, perhaps, and the bishop sometimes returns to f8 instead of going to b6 or a7. So black is keeping it fluid and keeping his options open. So this is Carlsen Howell. On board 3 we do have a Najdorf, but not the particularly sort of swashbuckling. Opposite color castling kind, but the kind Mickey prefers and the kind he actually excels at very much. And this is a topical line. Black will now go knight c4, bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4, rook fg1, and then black has to choose a plan. He can go for an f5 break. Also, there are plans connected with, let's say, queen c7, knight d7, and b5, trying to open up the queen side. There are many possibilities here for black. But generally speaking, I mean, white is going for a slight but solid edge, which will sort of last forever, and every now and then bring him the full point. I remember I lost a game in a very similar structure to Mickey in the Baku Grand Prix back in '08, I think it was. Mickey, generally speaking, is very good at this.
Yeah, indeed, it's his bread and butter, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and take us through this opening phase and toss in your commentary.
Well, let's go back a little bit.
Right, we'll go back.
Well, we can probably start from here. This is Bishop E2, 5 Najdorf, and up to castles. Yeah, now let me just briefly open the door and I'll be all set.
Not a problem. So, yes, as Peter mentioned to me.
When I was sort of, not exactly growing up, but when I was
younger,
yeah. The fashionable move in this position was King H1. I think it was introduced to high-level chess by Kasparov himself, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe somebody against Kasparov. But I think Kasparov, at some point, briefly played this with white, because I think he found this exciting idea and he thought he might. This is, maybe I'm completely wrong, but this is the impression I have, that King H1 is somehow connected in my head with Kasparov. The idea of King H1, let me just briefly show you, because generally speaking, black wants to reply to almost anything white does with Bishop E6, not deciding where to put his pieces just yet. And now white can play F4,
right?
And if black takes, white obviously wins a tempo compared to the Bishop E3 lines, because he will recapture in one tempo on F4.
Right, with
and
his bishop.
The biggest point was if Queen C7, waiting for one more tempo for something white does, then the king on H1 is
very
extremely
useful.
good, because because now the attack along the G file gets there that much quicker. So
right.
this was the main point of the King H1 line, and there were many others. Obviously, I mean, it wasn't just one line. There were, replies to all the obvious moves in this position. To Knight BD7, I think you were supposed to go Bishop E3, and then switch to the positional mode. But now black cannot play Bishop E6 anymore, and Knight C6 was also met by some forced play. But by now, I think black figured out pretty much what to do against it. So instead of this, I think Mickey played Bishop E3, Bishop E6, and just Queen D2. I mean, the simplest, most solid way of playing this position. After A4, it's possible not to, very much possible not to play Knight B6. Black can play Queen C7, let's say Rook FC8, and just keep all the pieces on the board. But this is the most forcing way of playing this position. Black gets one of white's bishops, and this is, I think, the position we have on the board now. Yeah,
right.
And now, I mean, the plans are quite clear. White wants to. White has one really, really bad piece which he needs to improve. Is a knight on B3, which currently has really no prospects.
Right.
And this knight goes. I mean, ideally, if white could sort of make 3 moves in a row now, the moves would be knight C1, 1A2, and to B4.
Right.
Once the knight appears on B4, generally speaking, it's sort of assumed white is just much better because he has complete control over the D5 square.
Right.
But
and
obviously, black is not going to just allow it to happen.
Right. I recall I was younger. It was actually a match, Anatoly Karpov versus Boris Spassky in the 1972-75 cycle, and this maneuver, Karpov was white in this particular game. This maneuver, knight b3 to c1 to a2 to b4, or what Karpov did in that game against Spassky made an incredibly powerful impression. I mean, and it's sort of like,
that's sort of unsurprising, because I think he was. The forefather of squeezing every last bit of small edge out of positions like this. He was the original master of this.
Exactly.
But Mickey is a good keeper of the flame, if I may use that impression.
The practitioner. And from Black's point of view, well, he can see that White will aspire to one day play his knight from b3 to d5. What's Black up to? What can Black do to
as I said, one plan would be to just go knight d7 and go f5 at an earliest opportunity.
Okay.
Because right now also it has to be noted that even if the knight goes away from f6, you can't in many cases go knight d5 immediately, because after bishop takes d5, you can't recapture with the queen yet because the pawn on c2 might be hanging.
Exactly.
So you need some more preparation for that. Mm-hmm. That's one plan. And also, the fact that Vishy went rook ac8 here somewhat discounts, in my eyes, the probability of him going, let's say, queen c7, knight g7, and b5 later, because I think for that plan it would be more beneficial to start with queen c7 and then go rook fc8, because the other rook would be very useful on a8 or b8, somewhere there, because if you imagine the position where Black succeeded in going queen c7, knight d7, b5, right. White takes en passant, and Black recaptures on b6. Obviously, by this point, White will have achieved something. It's impossible for Black to do this while White does nothing. So perhaps the knight already will be not on b1, but somewhere around e2 or d3 or somewhere.
Exactly.
And then the rook on a8 is a very nice piece to have, because it protects the a6 pawn in case the bishop is driven away from c4 by b2, b3.
Exactly.
So I think once the rook a goes to c8, the plan connected with b5 is somewhat less likely.
When I started playing chess, I see a position like this, the guy who was actually teaching me chess, Jeffrey Parsons, James Blackwood, and many others, essentially they told me if Black ever achieves d6, d5 himself,
this is what I wanted to point out. Yeah, this is exactly correct. Yeah, if somehow White loses control for even 1 second and Black goes d5, especially now when Black has the bishop pair,
right?
Black, as a general rule of thumb, will be much better. It's not going to even bring equality. It's going to bring advantage to Black.
Exactly.
So in this particular position, I think knight c1, White, in the very least, has to be very, very concerned about d5 here. I think possibly this is the position that Nepomniachtchi had against Yefimenko in the European teams. And I think Nepomniachtchi rejected d5 because of some concrete lines. But
I suppose
in the very least, it has to be considered. The point, obviously, is that if White recaptures with the pawn, Black has bishop b4,
right,
tying everything up and attacking d5 yet again.
Right.
And I think the line that Jan was worried about starts with bishop b6, forcing Black to choose a square.
Right.
Now there's a tactical problem. Black would prefer to go queen d7.
Right.
But if queen d7, then I think b3, d4,
right.
B takes c4 is the problem, because now the queen on d7 is not protected enough.
Exactly.
And Black just lost a piece.
Whoops.
So instead of this, I'm sorry for the forthcoming chewing sounds, but pizza when it gets cold loses all taste.
Exactly.
So
important to eat your pizza warm, Peter.
So Black pretty much has to go queen e8.
Right.
To which I think the point is ed5, bishop b4, and now perhaps d6 immediately. And if knight e4, perhaps even d7 wins.
Right.
Possibly. I mean, as I said, I mean, I'm not a huge specialist in this particular position, but we had this discussion after the game with Jan, because Jan very, very soon got a hugely unfavorable position and saved it by A, being sort of extremely slippery in defense, and B, Yefimenko making a couple of unforced mistakes.
Right.
And I asked him, why didn't you go d5? And he said the lines just didn't add up.
Right. As you're demonstrating, yeah.
Yeah, it's a move you just always check if you have an opportunity to make it. Let's just briefly go through the other games.
Sure.
Vlad castled in this position. I think this transposes to the knight a3 lines pretty much, if I'm not mistaken. But once again, I'm not entirely up to date on all the move orders in this position. I think the position I was talking about is rook b8 here.
Okay.
And now knight a3.
Okay.
I think this is the one. And then, but and maybe if a6 now, then knight e5.
Okay. Bishop d7 looks...
Yeah, and after bishop d7, I think I can take on c6 perhaps.
Yeah, and then you just going to get a nice
win back the pawn.
Yeah.
And if castles, hang on a second. And if castles instead, then I think the point is queen b5.
Ah.
And I think the main line goes b6, queen takes c4, and bishop a6, knight b5. And this position has been discussed at a very high level. I remember there was, I think, a game between Gelfand and Grishuk starting from this position. And maybe Grishuk played it with white at least once, or maybe even twice. I'm somewhat hazy on the details, but I think I got here correctly. From here on in, it becomes very sharp, actually, because black can play, let's say, queen d5.
Right.
Queen takes d5, let's say knight takes d5, and a4. And this is a very sharp endgame, but generally speaking, if white manages to sort of hold on to his material for a while, he will be better, as he generally is in Catalan endgames. But this is one possible way of proceeding from here, and I'm sure there are other options for black, but
yeah,
let's just see what Hikaru chooses.
Yeah, that's just kind of a principle of the Catalan. If white can control the tactics and just calm the position, he ends up just being better. That's Vladimir's dream, is just to have a nice ending that he can squeeze. That would be his major hope. Yeah.
And Hikaru played rook b8 here. I think this is knight a3. This is exactly the line we were just discussing. Yeah.
Exactly.
a6, knight a5, or castle. He went castles, and now I expect to see queen b5.
Queen b5, and again, you mentioned queen b5, b6 as being the main line.
Yeah, I think, and I'm on form today. I managed to remember something, which is a huge part of today's chess.
No thanks to the Belgian beer.
Yeah, actually, not even particularly beer related. In general, I mean, chess today is very much an attempt to remember something you looked at some point in your life, and then, of course, completely forgot.
Exactly.
And in many cases, it's actually much better not to know anything at all, because in many cases you waste like 30 to 40 minutes in the opening trying to remember, and then you realize you just can't, and you're just down on the clock with this nagging feeling in your mind that you have something very strong here. Yeah. But you have no idea what, and you've already wasted God knows how much time trying to figure out what it was, and you couldn't, and now you're stuck and in time trouble. So far so good. I even remembered that black goes knight a5 here, I think.
Wow.
White's next move is a mystery to me. I'm sure white does something here, but what that something is
hard to remember.
I'm not entirely sure. Hang on a second.
Of course. So once again.
So this is. Let's just leave this for a sec, because
sure,
they might continue blitzing for 10 more moves, because I mean they're both extremely booked up now with Hikaru. His queen h5 days are long gone. and now in the days of the Kasparov database, to which he refers in his interview, that he is now he has access to the fabled Kasparov database, which makes him an extremely well prepared person.
Right. Okay. Take us around the horn, if you will.
Yeah. Let's
see if Aronian is in the tournament yet.
What else is going on? Let's have a look. So here.
Bishop
this painfully reminds me of my game against Chucky in the Sochi Grand Prix, but I think there black didn't have a rook on e8, which is, I mean, g5 is a very, very serious possibility here.
Mm-hmm.
And I lost an incredibly painful game to Ivanchuk in the Sochi Grand Prix because he went g5, bishop g3, d6 in a structure similar to this, not exactly this position, but in a very similar position, to which I replied by genius that I am, trading off both of my bishops and then opening up the entire position for his bishops to destroy. So I didn't even last 20 moves, I think.
With white, of course.
That was one of the high points of that tournament, obviously.
I couldn't help but laugh while you were mentioning that Hikaru went through the Tal Memorial with a -3 as white, and the tiebreak in the tournament was the player who played the most blacks has an advantage in the tiebreak, whereas the Tal Memorial featured an unusual event at the elite level where the black players won more games than the white players.
Yeah, black actually won 6-4 with 35 draws, which has been a subject of some complaint, I think, but somewhat unfairly, I believe. I mean, in the case of this particular Tal Memorial, I think, I mean, the draw content was extremely high.
Yes,
but
so was
most of those draws were extremely hard fought, and I mean, if you amass a category 22 10-player field, which is actually a feat in itself, it's not very easy.
Remarkable.
You can't really expect, unless somebody has, unless more than one person has an incredibly bad tournament and everybody sort of picks up the scent of blood in the water and just goes after them, you're going to have a lot of draws.
Right.
What you should ensure, and what I think the organizers of the Tal Memorial did ensure by setting a 40-move limit on draw offers and, generally speaking, encouraging sort of interesting play and inviting good players, is that players play,
right,
and not just sort of come shuffle pieces for a while and go home. And I think this has been achieved, but let's just Tal Memorial is not what we're discussing right now. So this is the position in Carlsen. Howell now has a decision to make.
Well, now that you mention it, I'm very pleased about the 40 move no draw offer rule as opposed to Sophia rule.
Is it in force here? I'm really not.
I don't know. I not that I'm aware. I mean, we'll check on that. I played with it recently in this tournament in Barcelona, and I liked it. I mean, it just means that you don't have to think about all of this garbage of when to offer, when to decline a draw, what circumstances. You just play.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm very much on the record saying that I'm in favor of most of these new. I'm not really in favor of the 3 points for a win one. I think that's not something you should do. Although it has been the one idea, perhaps most mentioned after the Tal, that yes, we understand this has been an incredibly tough field, and draws will happen. But had the organizers enforced the football scoring rule, people would have been forced to do something about it, and we would have more results. But I think it's unnatural and really unnecessary, because you can't please everybody, and people who actually care about seeing good chess,
right?
I don't think they came away disappointed from what they'd seen.
Certainly not. Because you have the game between Magnus and Howell on the board, what do you think about the move G5? And sorry for the painful reminder of...
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, generally speaking, it's a decent idea in these types of positions, because it boxes in the bishop on G3.
Right.
Let's just. I mean, yes. You have to consider if knight takes G5 is possible. Mm-hmm. It is actually possible in some positions, and maybe this is one of them. But if bishop G3 is forced, which it sometimes is. Then you go d6, and let me try and remember how you do this. No, this is not how you do this. Maybe no. I've forgotten how to draw arrows, but perhaps it'll come to me later. Anyway, the plan is to go bishop g4, and then perhaps if it's driven away, switch it to g6, sort of cementing the king's side. Bless you. And then the knight sometimes, well, not sometimes, but in many cases, will go to h5 and then f4.
Right.
And black gets, very lively play on the king side. But as I said, for all this, black would much prefer to have the rook on f8.
Right.
First of all, because there would be no pin along the b5 a8 diagonal, which, well, it's not a threat as such, but it has to sort of it'll be in the back of your mind constantly that you have to watch out for d4. Perhaps even right now, d4 might actually win material. Who knows? Maybe it's very good.
Right.
But also because a lot of the forthcoming play might have to do with the opening up of the f file, and for that the rook is of course much better sticking to f8.
Right.
So this is one option. While we were discussing this, I thought one possible bonus of not playing d6 early is that now black has an option of untying himself by going bishop b7, perhaps.
Okay, that's a tempo.
And he went bishop f8, so this is not really that. It's not relevant anymore. But I mean, I thought this is perhaps not such a stupid idea, because if you take on c6, dc6, and take on e5, I think knight takes c4 works. I think black wins the pawn back and shouldn't be suffering that much.
So and something like knight f7, king f7.
Knight f7. I'm structurally wise, I'm more worried about knight c6
or knight c6. Yeah, right.
But a position like this should, generally speaking, be holdable because of the activity of black's pieces, I think.
Yes.
Although perhaps he didn't fancy holding it against Magnus, because Magnus is very good pressing small edges. Anyways, he went bishop f8 instead, which means that he just probably wants to go d6, g6, bishop g7, and untie himself this way. But this is generally slow, and I think from my sort of more active Spanish playing days, the rule up is, if white can get something like it doesn't quite work tempo-wise, but let me just make some moves on the board to illustrate my point. Let's say knight bg2 immediately, g6, knight c4, d6, knight e3. This kind of setup with a knight on e3, it ties black down considerably, and then white can think about perhaps in some positions going knight g5, or I don't know, swinging the bishop over to b3 or c4, and then going a4, b4, and gaining space on the queen side. Because with a knight on e3 and a bishop on h4, black's play is somewhat constricted, and he doesn't have much in the way of active plans. So just briefly, I have a suggestion which
sure, please.
I hope you will support. Let's just briefly look at what's happening in Aronian McShane, and then I'm sort of against the chewing sounds on air. So if you could give me 3 minutes to just devour this
we'll give you a whole
thing in front of me. Okay, so the one we hadn't discussed at all is Aronian McShane, which is let's go from the beginning. It was the A6 Slav via this move order. An opening I played a little bit myself, and I can't remember what I was planning to do against Queen B3. For the life of me, I can't figure out what my plan was in this position. But I think A6 is the main move. But I think it's normally connected after Bishop G5 with the idea of going takes, B5, Queen D3, and C5 immediately. I think, generally speaking, this has been the point. Instead of which Luke went the slow mode. He went E6, Bishop E7, and now we have a position where, well, white obviously has a little bit more space, and it looks like a very pleasant, well, by now more of a Queen's Gambit decline than the Slav.
Right.
And I think White should be, White should have a pleasant little edge here.
Right.
Look went h6. I don't expect Left to part with his bishop so easily. I think he will go bishop h4 here.
Okay.
He would much rather trade it for the bishop on e7 than a knight on f6, I think. And okay, I mean, I think there's a long game ahead of us here, and Lev will be very satisfied with the results of the opening, I suspect, because it gives him a free reign and a pleasant, as I said, a pleasant little edge with possibilities of improving. I mean, it's not quite clear how Black will free his position up. There's obviously one plan is to go b5, but White is quite ready for that, the way his pieces are set up.
Right.
And the other plan would be something like knight bd7, d takes c4, and c5. Mm-hmm. But for that also, obviously Black lost a little bit of time. The c6, c5 is now going to be 2 moves instead of 1 from c7. So I think, compared to what White normally gets in the Queen's Gambit, these days,
very little of anything. Yes.
Yeah, this should be. Bishop takes f6 is also not such a stupid idea here, but
okay.
I don't know. I'm a bit of a, as I said in I think many of our previous live transmissions, I'm a bit of a bishop fetishist. For me, a move like bishop takes f6 doesn't really come very easily.
No.
Trading a bishop for this non-bishop piece. Not good.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate with you for a moment. So let's imagine that Levon plays bishop h4, move you and I both agree. And if he takes on c4...
Yeah, this is what I've been considering now. Bishop, just immediately take on c4 and then go b5 and c5 immediately, yeah?
Right.
Let's say queen. I think it should be queen.
Okay.
Although bishop also has its merits.
Right.
And we have to go somewhere here. Yeah, well, probably back to b3.
Okay, so c5.
And you want to go c5 or knight bd7 first?
c5. We'll see where that goes, and then we'll take our moves back afterwards. Knight d7, knight b8 d7, as opposed to capturing on c5. Yeah, and okay, I'm knight c5. What to do?
Yeah, this looks interesting. I mean, this looks sort of Grunfeld-ish, but
doesn't it? Grunfeld. I thought that you might find this kind of intriguing.
Yeah, but
b4, and I haven't won my
a4 maybe. Yeah, but
I haven't won my pawn back yet. That is true.
Yeah, I think
this is perhaps asking too much. Yeah.
Yeah, this is perhaps why we should consider in this position. This is not backed up enough.
Yeah.
We should consider starting with knight d7, because it's not as if White can do much about c5 coming next move.
Exactly. So knight d7, we're in agreement. Yep.
Yeah, this looks like a very sensible course of events, and I think, I wouldn't be entirely unhappy with Black here, but on the other hand, I'm sure Levon has some idea as to what's going on here. Please, I can't.
Please, take
more. Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of salivating and
go for the pizza.
Five minute break and I'll be back.
Okay, I'll be your wingman. Okay, let's see if I have the controls. Just a second. I'm going to do a copy and let me see. Okay, so Magnus and Howell. D6. So G5 is delayed. It's very strange for me, I must say, that when you look at this opening, and I'm just going back a few moves, it's very strange that Black, on the one hand, develops his bishop here to c5 only so that he can tuck it back away to f8. This looks like a loss of 2 tempi. But in a greater sense, what Black is trying to do is just complete his development and keep harmonious play for his pieces. After knight bd2, d6, Black is anticipating, as Peter was mentioning, to simply fianchetto his bishop. One day, to try to get an edge, white is going to have to play either f2, f4, or d3, d4, and black's pieces will be well prepared to meet either expansion. Now it's my phone. I'm going to avoid it for a moment. And let's see, I am told that Nakamura has sacrificed a pawn. Let's see how this happened. So at the time we left it, we had this position, and Peter was explaining he couldn't remember the line. Fortunately for him, Vladimir did. He played knight e5 very sensibly. In a sense, white is playing for the direct control over the c6 square. He's opened up the Catalan bishop, so knight e5 looks like a very straightforward move. Rook d8. Rook b8 d8. Excuse me while I'm just trying to get the zen of that move for a moment. If this is all theory, fine. What can I say? I don't find the move particularly inspiring myself. Maybe there was c5 to be considered. The idea of c5 would, at least in this case, black has the benefit of saying, okay, my rook on b8 is actually very good. c5 certainly has its drawbacks, but I must say I'm not that inspired by rook b8 to e8. Vladimir captured a pawn. Excuse me once again while I'm just trying to get... thank you. Well, that's an important point, I suppose, as knight e5 does have the threat of, forking a rook. So that's why we... Thank you, Laurentius, for clarifying that one. Okay, sidestepping the fork. Knight takes a7. Why is it suddenly I'm getting ambulances and telephone calls just when I wanted to be quiet and have a nice broadcast? I, of course, am at my home in Amsterdam giving commentaries. Okay, well, let's see what Vladimir has in mind. In a sense, capturing this pawn on a7 as a trade for this pawn on e2, white would, at the end of the line, have control over c6. So knight b4 was Hikaru's choice. So in case of bishop takes e2, just for argument's sake, let's have a quick look-see. We might have something like this. And probably this was what discouraged Hikaru. Rook is hanging, and in case of rook d8, this move looks interesting. Maybe we could preface it with the move rook to c1. So the trick is, of course, is that this pawn on c7 is hanging. In case of, say, a blunder like bishop b7, white would have a tactical opportunity of winning a pawn. So I guess Hikaru was discouraged about the loss of the c6 square and wasn't anxious to trade pawns after knight takes a7, knight b4 was played. Okay, so from black's point of view, white has two pawns on pre, the d4 pawn and the e2 pawn, and not to mention that also after knight b4, he's got this idea of knight c2, forking the a1 rook and the d4 pawn, and once the knight managed to capture this pawn on c4 on d4, black would be a happy camper. So, rook c1. Okay, so stopping knight c2. Obviously introducing a threat of rook takes c7, winning another pawn. And let's see what black has done there. Okay, let me just see if I'm up to date, and then yes, we are. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So, first thing, let's just look at the straightforward I take you. And rook takes, bishop takes, rook e2. Sounds like Peter Peter may be back from his pizza. Life is good there, Pete.
Much better
Peter?
now, yeah.
Much better. By the way, in terms of Russian pizzas versus, let's say, traditional American pizza as opposed to Italian pizza, which I don't like, what do you prefer? What's your preference?
We go for syndicated stuff. We don't have any mom and pop small pizzerias around. We do have a Pizza Hut, so we're kind of not exactly swimming in options here. So
well, it's good to live in the capital. I'm going to go back and follow you. So I'm going to ask.
So what are we discussing now?
This is Kramnik Nakamura.
Okay.
Yeah, and they've been following. Well, we were following the game, and Kramnik just captured a pawn on a7, and he's played rook ac1.
Yeah, I think I've seen this before, but I'm not sure where.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat reluctant to fire up the database and check, because I'm pretty sure people on ICC are very capable of doing that in sort of half the time.
Right.
So if somebody wants to be a nice little Santa's helper,
right,
and tell us if this has actually been seen before in top level chess, I'd
appreciate that.
It would not go amiss, but we can try and figure out what's going on our own there.
Yeah, what's with the straightforward rook takes d4, Peter? I mean, black sacrifices a pawn, he got it back.
Rook g4, I expect the idea is to go rook c7.
Okay, bishop e2.
And put the rook... should probably just go rook e1 and not do any fancy stuff here.
And
the bishop has to go somewhere.
I was thinking rook d2, actually. I was being aggressive.
Okay. Let's dwell on this for a second.
Now, we all understand that Vladimir is, like one of the deepest thinking preparation. So, you went that way.
Let's go for mate.
Ooh. No,
I am actually now threatening mate in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Exactly. Okay. So, defense is called for h5, just throwing out
something like, h5 or...
We're not sure what, but we make luft, yeah.
Yeah, I think G6, ugly as it looks, as it may look, G6 may have been a safer choice, because I think here you're still kind of running the risk of getting mated, surprising as it may be.
Really?
Something like, I think. Well,
King h7, for example.
Yeah, King h7, bishop before f5. Yeah.
Right.
But can I perhaps do this?
Ooh. Hamana.
Those are not my pieces,
Yes, of course. Well,
I can do whatever I please with them.
Exactly. King h6 looks horrible, so I may have
my
to
g8 just wins material, yeah.
Yeah. So I may just have
I think you pretty much have to go rook
f5,
f5, yeah.
Right.
And now I thought takes. You have to go to h6.
Sure.
And now I thought a good move might be rook d7.
The threat, of course, is rook to d6 check.
If you allow rook d6 check, you might actually end up getting mated. And if you don't look, and the only way not to allow it would be to trade a pair.
Mm-hmm.
And once a pair comes off, white is just much better. I think close to winning.
Yeah, these knights are
because
not.
The general rule, just for for education purposes, the general rule would in these positions is when it's rook against, let's say rook and 2 against two pieces, especially when those two pieces are knights.
Mm-hmm.
As long as the pieces have the rook to go with them, it's generally unclear.
Right.
But once the pair of rooks comes off, and it's one rook against two pieces, and the open files just become that much more important, and it becomes that much harder to hold them somehow. So,
especially with the knights.
Yeah, especially with the knights. And generally speaking, a position like this is huge trouble for black.
Right, and it's two pawns, of course, too.
Yeah, and it's 2 pawns. But even with, I mean, it still holds true even with 1 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say a rook, 2 light pieces against 2 rooks and a pawn is slightly better for the pieces. Once the rooks comes off, it immediately becomes sort of risk-free for the rook. In many cases.
Definitely. I'm told by
that's
friend David.
Discussion.
Yeah, I'm told by my friend David Korn that there's 5 games in the database up to certain move, including a game actually between Kramnik and Nakamura. So they played this line between themselves.
This is somewhat interesting, actually.
Yeah. So I guess they have their pet tabia versus one another. All right.
Yeah, so
we'll have to go back.
Yeah, let's wait for Hikaru.
I was going to say I thought after Rook D4, Rook C7, Bishop E2, Rook D1, Rook E1, I was playing normal moves, but it goes to show how.
Yeah, and we're immediately corrected by life because Vlad did not take on C7.
Uh-huh.
I was trying to make the most natural moves, but
right.
One reason why Rook takes C7 perhaps has not been played has just occurred to me. Maybe it's quite decent to play Knight G5 here and then try and take on A4 next move. This could possibly be one reason why.
Okay,
why Knight D5 has been played instead.
Just to pursue the line, Knight on A6 to C6, Peter?
Let's say I will.
It's very strangely tricky, isn't it? Yeah, take.
With what?
Pardon me, knight takes.
Knight again, yeah?
Yes. Still tricky.
Yeah, it's...
And I can...
Not straightforward.
Yeah.
But I can take on E2 and perhaps I can hold this position, although it's not going to be much fun, actually.
Yeah, not the nicest way to spend an afternoon against Vladimir.
No. Yeah. But anyways, what we have on the board now... Yeah,
it's just interesting, yeah.
Yeah, what we have on the board now... Now I think, I'm beginning to remember.
Oh, good for you.
I think I have seen this before, yeah. I'm fairly certain I have seen this before.
Okay.
Well, we'll have to assume that Hikaru, had time to prepare this again, apparently, and he feels it's very holdable. So,
okay,
we'll see if he's correct. I mean, it's clearly an enjoyable position for White because the pawn on B5 contains both B6 and C7, and C7 is somewhat weak.
Mm-hmm.
And also, in general terms, a move like F6 is not highly desirable for Black because now Knight D4 can sort of probe his king side a little bit, and if the bishop on G2 gets some nice squares, it will be less than pleasant. But on the other hand, the somewhat strange knights on A5 and B4 cannot in fact be touched.
Right.
You can't actually attack them. And if White goes Knight D4, I assume Black wants to play E5.
Right.
And then if the knight goes to E6, it might get lost. And if you put it on C6, you will then have to close the C file.
Right.
After your recapture, which will immediately nullify all of White's positional advantages. And in fact, the pawn on C6 might very well become a target later on.
Exactly.
Just briefly,
yes.
I just want to say that Black did play G5 in Adams Anand, And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is a game which Giri played with some color. Well,
Okay.
basically, there's a 50% chance of actually guessing which color.
Right.
But I'm not going to be attempting that. It's a Bundesliga game which I think Anish played against, I want to say Smits,
Oh, really?
but I might be wrong. And which Black won very convincingly after, I think it went something like b3, bishop f7, c4, bishop h5, and then Black at some point provoked f3, and then opened up everything on the king side and gave mate.
Well, nice. Yes, definitely.
So, despite some pieces being exchanged, this still has a lot of promise in terms of, exciting play later on.
And by the way, we were talking about Mickey as bread and butter grinding. This is not exactly the grind.
No, this is not exactly the grind he perhaps has been looking for. It's very true.
So what happened here? Because
what happened is we could go back, but I think we can just sort of tell people what happened after g5. Mickey decided that e takes d5 is too much of a mess and just captured with the knight. To which Black replied, knight takes c4. He took on e7 with check and went queen e1. Mm-hmm. And Black played f5, and we are where we are.
Right.
I am slightly surprised at this because I think, the general standing of the line, as I remember it, I think the last important game to have been played in this line is this Giri game, which Black won quite convincingly. And unless Mickey has something very specific here, he is entering into a line which, even optically doesn't really look that promising for White.
Well, exactly. No, that line that you mentioned, b3, bishop f7, c4, bishop h5, I'd shudder if I were White. In the first place,
we have to, in the spirit of fairness.
Okay.
It has to be mentioned that endgames would probably be much better for White here because he controls the d file and the bishop on b6 ensures that he will control it pretty much forever.
Okay.
So now the big question is whether this ever will become an endgame.
Right.
Which is not such a rhetorical question just yet.
No.
Sorry, I've been quietly relocating to allow people a chance to rest after a long day.
Okay, that's fine.
Migrating to a different part of the flat. We'll let that stew for a bit, and let's return to what we nominated as the central game of the round. Yeah, Vladimir chose another way to
tease him,
slightly tease the e6 pawn, by playing bishop h3.
Okay.
Now, obviously, Black can't play e5 because of bishop e6, and it's either rook it's either rook e7 or rook d6. I don't much like f5. It probably doesn't lose by force, but it's just not a very nice move to make.
Exactly. Okay, so let's choose rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7 is the more natural of the two because let's just briefly point out that after rook d6, White has an option of going rook fg1.
Right.
And the pawn is hanging again.
Right.
And you might have to give up something, either one of the open files or perhaps a pawn somewhere. It's
even the b6 pawn can become weak, and
it's somewhat unpleasant, but at least potentially.
Right.
Okay. So I think rook e7 is a more natural. Sorry, I've forgotten how to take back moves. Yeah. Rook e7, and now the most natural move for White is still rook fg1.
Okay.
I think. Fighting for the d file.
So off comes a pair of rooks.
Yeah, but to this, Black I think can reply by maybe something like takes,
king
and
f7.
Perhaps king f7, and if rook d8. I wanted to go knight c4, but this unfortunately loses a knight.
Oops.
which is slightly unlucky.
Red-faced embarrassment there. Yeah.
Yeah. So but we can go knight b7, perhaps. Black's, I mean, the ideal square for this piece is obviously on d6.
Yes.
So this is where I'm trying to aim it.
Right.
But it has just occurred to me that actually,
This
I'm not
knight
sure
on
if I should do it. Yeah, this is what I was going to say. Yeah, because knight d5 e4 is a somewhat comical position where the knight is lost in the slap bang in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
So once again, black would probably be forced to go
Maybe
c5 here.
Right. Exactly.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
And now, well, there's a.
It looks forced, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was very much at first, I was very much in favor of just going rook d1 here.
Mm-hmm.
But black has a very nice regrouping here. Black can play rook c7, and his next two moves are king e7 and knight d6, and then he will be fine, I think.
Definitely.
Because white is not in time. If white could somehow sort of magically transport his knight from f3 to c4 here, he will probably be just winning.
Right.
But it's just not happening.
Right.
Black is always in time. Black is always in time to meet with knight d6 or even rook d7 maybe in some cases. So you would have to take on c6, I suppose.
Right.
Knight c6 and make some move. I don't know, rook c4 perhaps. But this is...
not so much,
I'm not saying it's equal. It's not equal just yet, but black is slowly getting there. I think something like knight bg8 is a good, healthy coordinating move, hoping once again to play something like maybe rook a7 and then king e7, completely connecting all his pieces, and then start maybe sort of venturing outside his two back ranks.
Oh, Peter, because I'm just thinking of this position after knight d4, knight takes d4, rook takes d4. You get a classical bishop versus knight. Of course, rooks are on the board. Okay, I'm just saying after knight bd8, if white played it.
Knight d4 is probably the best move here, but
you're getting that bishop versus knight, and this we were broadcasting the game.
This is not very pleasant. Black is one tempo short, basically. If black could play, let's say, rook c7, I don't know, king f1, king e7 here.
Right. Life is fine.
Would be perfectly fine. But unfortunately, he has to do something here, and this something will either... I mean, knight b7 just flat out loses a pawn on b6.
Right.
And any other move allows rook d6.
Right. Well, I wanted to
starts pushing pieces to wrong squares.
Yeah, I wanted to transgress and say that I was on the air with Suat Atalik, and we were broadcasting your game. I think it was against Nepo, where you had this beautiful rook and bishop versus rook and knight, and we were basically saying to our audience, "This is a terrible position, classical Bobby Fischer."
But there were very few pieces on the board, and also, I mean, it's not much of an excuse. I mean, we're all pretty much in the same boat. I can't really claim Jan had a much freer autumn than I have, but I mean, I honestly was just bone tired by the end of Tal, and almost all of my games went the distance. And towards the end of that particular endgame, I just couldn't think straight. It became very, very hard to make moves based on sort of anything apart from some kind of hand feeling.
Right.
Any attempt to calculate any line longer than 2 ply
it was hard.
Was just completely unsuccessful. So
but certainly you went to that.
This is definitely one of those quarter points I referred earlier.
Exactly.
I regretted not winning that game greatly because I thought
going into that.
I mean, to begin with, somewhere around move 15, I expected the game to last 20 moves because straight out of the opening, he had an opportunity to castle long instead of castling short. and then there was actually a forced line, which I thought was just an immediate draw by repetition.
Okay.
And with great disappointment, I still went for it because I saw no way to improve. And then he just blitzed out a sequence of moves which led into a hugely inferior endgame.
Right.
And from that moment on, I honestly should have been pushing much harder.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a source of great regret to me, because I thought, this was my chance. In a tournament of this strength, as I said earlier, in a tournament of this strength, and such a difficult and tightly packed tournament where +1 could conceivably be a tie for first.
Right.
Wasting a potential half a point like this was incredibly painful. And also, I honestly felt that, after not winning against Magnus, although in that game I wasn't really even that much better. I spoke to people later, and we both me and Magnus felt that I was better, and he was trying to equalize. But in fact, the position where I thought I was still much better, the machine just says it's all gone, and it's just 0, 0, 0, 0. But still, emotionally, it felt like I was pressing with black, and I should have perhaps done better. Mm-hmm. And the next round, I didn't win against Jan, a game which I definitely had my chances to win.
Right.
And going into the game against Livon, I felt, there's this old soccer saying which goes, if you don't score, they probably will score against you.
Right.
And I had my opportunities for 2 rounds running, and I thought, if something at some point, if something can go wrong tomorrow, it probably will go wrong. And it did.
And it did.
And I wasn't entirely surprised, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, again, that was that ending, which we didn't see the win. In fact, we think that Ian defended very, very as best he could. The remarkable thing for both Suat and I is we had this feeling that you were just that this was an ending that was flat out one for White. But it was actually trickier.
And maybe it was, but I'm not. Yeah, but I think it was very tricky. I don't think.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I don't think it was a trivial win. I'm not at all doubting the assessment. I also felt that I should somehow be winning, at least at some point. But it wasn't, a crushing disappointment. Some games are when you, let's say, come to the press conference and they ask you, but why, Peter, didn't you play this move?
Right.
And it immediately dawns on you that you're just an idiot and missed something very simple. Whereas in this game, we all understood I'm pressing, and we all understood that perhaps with perfect play, White is winning somewhere, but nobody was entirely sure where.
Exactly.
And nobody was entirely sure why. So I thought, okay, it's unpleasant, but it's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But still, of course, you come away feeling extremely disappointed at trying very hard for 6 hours and coming away sort of empty-handed.
Right. Okay. We haven't seen Magnus and Howell in a while. Should we just
let's have a look at this? Yeah, let's have a look at this. It went somewhat unexpected fashion for me, because I think, generally speaking, it is not to White's benefit to allow e takes d4 if it forces him to recapture with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
Because this structure e4 against d6 it has a lot of, I wouldn't say drawish, but let's say equalizing tendencies. Black generally has a lot of simple ways to improve, whereas it's very difficult for White to get much of anywhere.
I had one of the most unpleasant chessic experiences of my life. Imagine go ahead and play knight takes c6 here for Magnus and just imagine b takes c6, just for argument's sake, and bishop d3. So what you were saying about the e4 pawn versus the d6 pawn, and what I was about to say, I had one of the most unpleasant chessic experiences of my life. I helped Mickey during his match with Hydra. And this was absolutely awful experience, more so for Mickey than for me. But essentially, Hydra played this position with white almost perfectly and basically kind of said, this is a forced loss. And we went, what? Like he
No, but
had
the problem with Hydra is that he will just win sort of any position against anybody.
Right.
And you can't really blame the structure. But, I mean, let's just sort of continue the line for a second. Even if I do something extremely straightforward, like, let's say, bishop e7.
Okay.
And I want to trade the dark squared bishops at some point, yeah?
Yeah, so white...
And then I want to go c5, bishop c6.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this structure is, these days, most often seen in Scotch.
Right, precisely.
In this Scotch. And there, let's say, once again, for me, somebody who thinks once you have a bishop pair, you're pretty much winning. in the Scotch, you very often get this, perhaps without the pin, because with the pin it's just unpleasant concretely. Mm-hmm. But imagine there is no pin, but the bishop is not on e7 but on b6,
right?
And white can even take it with a knight at any point.
Right, knight d2, c4 take.
Yeah, just knight c4 and take on b6.
Right.
And those positions are considered to be, well, pretty much entirely safe for black. People go into them expecting not only not to lose, but expecting not to have
a problem.
very many problems. Yeah, which should indicate how this structure is viewed these days. This is not to say this is a dead position with no chances of improvement for either side. Of course not, but. Generally speaking, I mean, if black manages to solve immediate problems, I mean, there are none in this position, but if there are,
right?
If black manages to solve the immediate problems, and let's say get c5, a5, put the bishop on c6, let's say knight on d7,
right?
So that white's only obvious way of trying to break through, which is, of course, somehow, let's say, doubling along the e file and then going f4, e5,
e5, right?
Is somehow met, at least, so that it doesn't happen immediately, and white needs to waste some time and effort to do that. Then it's considered to be quite safe. So we'll see how this goes. Of course, knight takes c6 is not forced, but
no.
But generally speaking, I think, I mean, in the position we have on the board, if you don't take on c6, then I probably will go to e5 and g6.
Okay.
I mean, if you go bishop d3 here, trying to keep more pieces on the board, or force, let's say, force black to take on d4. Yeah, he obviously took on c6 because, I mean, this is really not. No. I mean, this is just not correct because once a knight lands on g6, the problem of what to do with the light squared bishop becomes quite acute. Anyways, they do have on the board the position we were discussing. Another option for black here, and an option which would appeal for me, let's say, as a, I'm not an active Perk player anymore, but it still sort of lives in me, the desire to play the Perk occasionally. If you just go g6 here, for instance, and I mean, an important point here is that after f4 bishop g7, e5 is not winning yet, as far as I can tell. Because I will just take twice and it's fine. If I am in time, next move to go queen b8 against pretty much anything. Let's make some move on the board, king h1.
Okay.
Queen b8.
Right.
And then I want to go, let's say once again, queen b7, c5, bishop c6, for instance. I'm not, once again, I'm not claiming this is straightforward or black is better or anything like that. But in my youth, when I was an active Perk player, I remember I turned down a draw from Jan Elvist, who was that was in '95 when he was still
really candidate.
He is still a very decent grandmaster, but in those days he was a proper contender.
Right.
And he offered me a draw in one of my first career round robins.
Okay.
In a position very similar to this. I think the knight was on c3, not on d2, but other than that, I think it was very, very close to this.
Okay.
And I just flat out declined, not because I thought I was better, but I just thought this is incredibly unclear and very much, very fun to play with black. Mm-hmm. And I should play on because I will sort of enjoy myself. And I ended up winning the game because, I was an optimist who understood little. But, some of this sort of youthful enthusiasm for this structure, obviously, I retained because I still look at this and think, I probably prefer to be black here, even though it's probably completely delusional.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you go back just a moment, because I think G6 is a very legitimate move, and like you say, as a perk player, somehow if you get to a late middle game, most perk players, are already very happy that they haven't lost to 15. So you should explore your winning chances. But go ahead and look at F4 for a second. F4, Bishop G7, what you said, and toss out Queen F3, like you say, setting up for the E5 break, and E5, yeah?
And it should go somewhere, yeah?
Maybe, right, it's got to go somewhere. Okay, well, oh boy. I'm planning on sort of jumping around for a bit. I don't know. I can see that.
Although it has to be calculated very carefully, though.
Right.
I don't know.
You got to jump, right? So what happens?
Something like this, yeah.
Oh, you got enough now. Very good.
I'm not quite sure because actually I end up in the position in which, if I could actually play d takes e5 here and not get punished for it, I would maybe even be slightly better. But unfortunately, I'm running into bishop takes g6.
Right. Lucky for white, actually. Yeah.
But I mean, we are. Let's cut this short because I mean we are unreformed perk romantics, and,
exactly.
And this will never happen and has no relevance and no bearing on how this will go. So let's just cut this.
Well,
this
first
a
of
bit
all,
short.
Yeah. First of all, it's fun, and it does. I think that there's some important aspects to these kind of lines because even if
I'm
just
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. I'm trying to be practical here because I could obviously do this all day. I mean, as I said, I still like this type of positions very much, and it's fun to look at them, and it's fun to look at all the possible jumps, and it's great entertainment. But we should perhaps stick a bit closer to
but that's
what
also
might actually happen.
Okay, that's also an important question. Just what we're looking at now, you might say, is creative fantasy, if you will. Then at the board, you have to be practical, and you can't go, looking at all the tactics. But how are you a fantasy player, or at least a fantasy analyst? When you're at the board, how much time do you give yourself a little opportunity to go on some kind of fantastical missions?
Well, I value those opportunities very much, and I
usually your opponent has to help you by taking a lot of time on ridiculous moments,
the problem is, even though these days I am probably much more a technical player, and this is one area of my game which I improved perhaps the most over the years, and I've sort of remade myself into I think, people might argue, and of course I'm not top in this field, but I've sort of remade myself into a decent technical player who can play, small edges and push them and, increase them somehow and do all this stuff, which, let's say what would be perhaps called a Karpovian style.
Right.
People still remember from those heady days of mid to late 90s that when I appeared on the chess scene, I had, as I understand now, what could best be described as the bare minimum of positional understanding, but I could handle initiative.
Tactically attacking, very gifted.
I could definitely hold my own against pretty much anybody in positions where pieces started jumping.
Yeah, hacking,
and I think people see somebody new on the scene and they start adjusting.
Right.
And I think the adjustment people made quite early on is why not just not get those positions against this kid, and then he will just be completely at a loss as to where the pieces go.
Right.
Which was true for a number of years.
Right.
And had a double effect of A, forcing me to actually pay some attention to where the pieces should go, and B, my games becoming much less exciting by this kind of mutual consent, because they wouldn't go there, and I really had no equipment to force them to go there.
Right.
So we were stuck playing those technical positions. But every now and then I'm allowed to do something wild and crazy, and I generally, unless I just feel I'm in no shape to enter this, generally I just welcome it, because I feel that I can still do this stuff quite well.
Yeah, and like you say, it's fun. So basically what you're describing is like every chess player starts as this romantic
not necessarily
swashbuckling tactician.
This is actually one of the more remarkable things about Magnus.
Okay.
Which always it was one of the first things. Yeah, it was one of the first things I've had an impression of him, and that was he was how old is he now? I always
21. He just turned 21.
Just 21. So he was probably something like 15 or 16 then.
Right.
And I'm trying to remember the exact year I played in Foros, the round robin in Foros, which he possibly not even won it, but there was a game in that tournament which was a huge shock for me on a number of levels. He played some, I think, Catalan against Shirov with white.
Okay.
And soon after the opening, they got into some endgame where you could perhaps argue that white were ever so slightly better, but many people, myself included, very much in that number, would not hesitate to just decide, okay, this is a rest day, I should just take it and offer a draw. Yeah, just offer a draw. It was in those days sort of pre-Sofia everywhere, and you could actually offer a draw.
Right.
And then, okay, some people would play on, and it would still be a draw.
Right.
Some people like playing or would feel that, the tournament situation demands you play on, but it would still be a draw. And you should also know that black in that game wasn't, let's say, myself. I'm not, among the top 10 defenders of slightly worse, boring endgames. But he was playing Shirov, who is, a noted endgame technician. And,
indeed.
Yeah, has over the years produced some of the more interesting endgames in top chess.
Absolutely.
And Magnus just played on and on and on and on, and eventually won this fairly equal position. And as I said, he couldn't have been older than 16 at that point, I think.
Okay.
And I thought this is very, very remarkable, I thought to myself, because at his age, first of all, I definitely would have offered a draw
right.
in that position. I would try my utmost not to get this position, first of all, because I would have not the first idea of what to do in it.
Right.
And there he was, already beating top players at what you really are not supposed to know how to do until you're, 28 or whatever.
Right.
So that's not to say he can't play, sharp and tactical chess, but his sort of innate ability to do all those things that are normally considered too boring for a young kid, that is what impressed me about him. It was obvious quite early on that he will at some point play very, very well. Right. It's not that before that game I didn't think this was a superstar in the making. But just what kind of superstar? This game was a revelation of sorts, because I thought,
It indicated.
This is not something many people of his age should be able to do or should enjoy doing, and he quite clearly had. I mean, why do it otherwise? I mean, if you don't like playing those endgames, you will just stop playing them at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was an interesting experience for me and a bit of an eye opener.
Well, if I can surmise what you're saying is, at a very early age, 15, 16, as you say, Magnus was showing remarkable, can I use the word maturity? His style was remarkably mature for a person his age.
Yeah, I think that would be true. Yeah, that would be a correct way of summarizing that.
I must say that for me, I had a similar kind of epiphany. I play for the Hilversum Dutch League Chess Club, and Magnus was playing for our club, and he played a game. He was black against a person much lower rated than he was, and he simplified a position that was quite complex to go into a slightly better endgame that he won very easily. And it was remarkable to me that with such a big difference in ratings, he was very happy to take a complex position and simplify it. No, normally, you know
this is the exact opposite of what you do normally. This is very
exactly
true.
Yeah. You try to complicate against a lower rated player, and he was doing something that I thought was impressive. Yes.
Yeah, this is something I have never actually been able to do successfully. I always, when I'm faced with a necessity to play for a win, let's say with black against somebody who will be playing for a draw.
Yes.
The correct way of doing it is just sort of playing chess for 60 moves, regardless of how many pieces stay on the board.
Right.
And as usual, it does not make much sense to ruin your position too much.
Right.
And I would always go for some, if you want to be generous, you would call them double-edged lines.
Right.
Which perhaps, is an euphemism for non-correct.
Right. Incorrect.
And then the position will at some point very likely get ruined.
Right.
And there is, in most cases, still the draw offer.
Right.
So you end up not losing the game because you still have the incredibly powerful draw offer.
Right.
At your disposal. But winning them, you don't win them very often this way.
Yeah.
And then I watched somebody like Magnus, or recently I've seen Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first round of the European individual championships just enter with black the famous anti-Grunfeld endgame, where basically by move 6 the queens are gone, one pair of knights is gone, and the structure is completely symmetrical.
Right.
It is even generally considered to be slightly better for white.
Right.
And he just went for it without a moment's hesitation against some 2400 player.
Oh.
And was winning by the first time control. And I thought, this is something I should consider. If at some point you do begin realizing that, if people all around you are doing this with some success,
right,
it is perhaps something that you should consider implementing in your own chess. I'm still not, very adept at it, but I've been watching this for a while, and it did at some point dawn on me that perhaps I've been doing it wrong.
There's an easier way. Just get it simplified.
There's a more practical way which doesn't involve hating your position with every fiber of your being.
Exactly.
Anyways, I think we've been waxing lyrical on various subjects for too long. Let's do the roundup.
Right.
Not very much is happening in our featured game. Vlad, instead of going rook d1, which we were discussing, went. Instead, let us briefly show what happened. In the position where we were, not exactly advocating, discussing would be the word.
Right.
The move rook fd1, he went rook c3.
Okay.
And after king f7, which is, of course, a very natural move, he went rook a1. I think the idea here is to contain the knights and to contain all the possible jumps before embarking on any sort of meaningful meaningful maneuvers.
Okay.
So in those terms, this is a success. Knights no longer have any meaningful jumps. So Hikaru decided to go rook d3.
Okay.
Because obviously it makes sense for him to simplify, and was met by bishop f1. And now he is thinking, because, I think generally, yeah, it should be okay for him to trade.
Right.
But take you have to go to g5, because on c2 the knight gets lost.
Right.
White will play c4.
Right.
And once again, knight c3. I mean, it can be considered. I think perhaps this is what he is considering, because, actually, I'm
maybe he should do it. Yeah, because you can go to e4.
I forgot about the e4 square. Yeah, I thought rook a3. But even the move I was considering, which looks incredibly strange, but still, is not that stupid, because there are no really good squares for the rook here. And probably, if white doesn't want to repeat, he would have to consider some kind of pawn sacrifice along these lines, maybe.
Right.
But once the knights are connected like this, it's very difficult to catch them. So, although not impossible, now that I think about it, something like this. Oh no, b5 is not hanging. Right. Anyway, we're getting way too far, way ahead of ourselves, because, as we both noted, after rook a3, black can just go to e4, and then to c5.
The c5 is blessed sanctuary,
the moment the knight lands on c5, I think white can no longer claim any advantage, and in fact can potentially become worse, because the bishop on f1 will be sort of hitting the c4 pawn and not getting much of anywhere. And if you imagine, let's say, some position in which black managed to trade off the rooks, his king is much closer to the center, and some kind of run on the c4 pawn is very conceivable.
Dream.
So this perhaps means that in this position, white has to play c5.
Okay.
So that at least he doesn't have this problem to worry about. But then I would expect something like rook d7, maybe, or maybe the same. Yeah.
94. Yeah, just to force the clarification of matters.
Although maybe the point is that after 94, white wants to go c6. It looks a bit counterintuitive, but maybe it completely freezes out the a5 knight. Maybe, but on the other hand, maybe this problem is solvable immediately.
Right.
Bring one knight to c5, the other to d6, and then just sort of light up a cigar.
Yeah. Just play against the bishop on f1. Yes.
Yeah, because let's say white gets the rook to e8, you play some move, I don't know, knight d6, for instance, and white does some more improvement, although it's not entirely obvious what improvement is there for him to consider. But I go knight c5, then I can maybe start chasing the rook by rook e8, rook e7, or I can maybe go e5, king e6, king g5, or whatever. Because the bishop on f1 is really, really pathetic. Once the knights land on those two squares, the bishop on f1 really has no future.
No scope at all, yes.
Yeah, so I'm a bit mystified that the move hasn't been made yet. Because, if you retreat, it's not that you've lost the battle already, but first of all, it makes rook d3 look a bit silly.
Oh, definitely.
And secondly, why not trade a pair and then transfer your knights to good positions if you can?
Well, I must say, I would be very reluctant not to trade, because
maybe this is what he's worried about, and then c4. But then we can play rook d7, and after c4, if all else fails, I can go back.
Right.
But also the knight can go to b4 here, I think. And
remain active.
And remain active, because as we pointed out earlier, it's very difficult to catch it. Especially once the d file belongs to black.
Indeed, and black always has the c7, c5.
Yeah, and also, I was about to mention that, once the tidying up is complete, perhaps after we play king f7, black could start considering going c5 and just sort of enshrining the knight on before this way.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think this should be fairly safe.
Right.
I mean, in my understanding, this should be fairly safe.
And I was going to say that I thought rook c3 was forced for another reason. If we go back to the position after bishop f1 for a moment, if black went rook d8, just to put it on the board, I'd be very worried about the move e3, e4.
Or maybe e4 immediately.
Yeah, just and that you're going to have to play c5 at maybe a moment that white's rooks are actually very good on a1 and c3.
Yeah, and he did take on c3 eventually.
Yeah.
But
after some thought,
after some thought, and it's really not such a big deal that he thought for that long. But
no,
what I believe is the correct decision has finally been reached. And after Tal Memorial, I think it's understandable if he sort of double checks himself for a bit, because even a person as confident as Hikaru, must feel slightly shaky after a tournament like that. It would be completely inhuman not to feel any after effects of such a weird result.
Well, if I can ask you maybe a slightly unpleasant question, have you ever been last in a tournament?
At least once. I shared last in Linares 99, I think.
Okay.
And also in Dos Hermanos the same year.
Oh, so it was really a black year.
99 was an incredibly good year,
Brutal.
Yeah. 99 was a vintage year, I think. After it, by the end of it, I was below 2,700 for the first and sort of last time in my sort of immediate career. It took me a while to get back, and I haven't fallen down since. But 99 was a brutal year.
And it was the confidence hit more than the rating loss that was like you were just.
Yeah, I think that is very true. I think this is how it is. Yeah, you start doubting everything you do. You start. It all compounds itself. You start rechecking your lines way more than you would do normally. This leads to time troubles, obviously. Time troubles are generally not very conducive to good play, and might lead to some bad play, and then you once again begin, the cycle of doubting yourself, and it goes on and on. Anyways, this proceeds along the line we mentioned, so let's briefly round up the rest.
Sure. Okay.
What we have here is Rook f8 possibly was the move made in the game I mentioned. I think it's
the Anish Gary game.
Yeah, I think and I'm actually interested because I'm now starting to wonder if it didn't go like this.
Oh.
And then the rook comes c6, g6, and the pawn comes to e4, and it's all rather fun. But maybe it's all just me dreaming. I'm trying to do these shows without the aid of any kind of electronic crutches. So you will excuse me for not looking this up, although it really would take a minute, and perhaps I'm just lazy. But
no, not at all. I like just the human decision. Yeah.
Vishy went for a somewhat sane route and went to c5 and now queen e3. And it might be an endgame yet, and then white will not hate his life that much. Although, in this position, if I were black, I would definitely begin my thought process with the move f4.
Right.
And it would take me some time to convince myself this is not the right move, and I'm not sure I would actually manage. I think with the bishop on f7, sort of right now not doing very much because the pawns on b3 and c4 restricted, I would very much want to create a new diagonal for that bishop, and also you have to realize. Let's just put this on the board for a second as a demonstration. If you go e4 here,
yes,
and white might even consider. I mean, and for argument's sake, I just want to purely for argument's sake, I want to put this position on the board.
Okay.
It's objectively not very good for white because after queen c7, the a5 pawn is in trouble.
Right.
But what I wanted to talk about is if this was tactically possible and white was in time with, let's say, knight e2 d4, he would be doing reasonably well. Yeah.
Right.
Or knight e2 c3 perhaps or somewhere.
Right.
So by playing f4, oops, sorry, that's the wrong game. By playing f4, black ensures that this never happens.
Right.
And after f4, if we manage to push e4 at any point, we will ensure opening up of lines. And generally, the one problem white potentially has here is his somewhat underprotected king. So opening up of lines and exchange of pawns around the king is generally considered to be a good thing. So I would begin by wanting very badly to play f4 here.
Okay, let's do it.
I would sort of go from there.
Yeah, well, let's do it. Let's imagine f4. First of all, white has to find a good square for his queen.
Yeah, there are, as far as I can see, there are three options here. Okay. Queen c3, which frankly, it allows e4, and I don't like it very much. I think the main move here is queen f2, and also white might consider taking on c5.
Okay.
It's not sort of immediately impossible, but I think the move Mickey is most likely to make is queen f2, because I don't think the knight is going anywhere. So you don't actually need to capture it immediately, so why not play queen f2 and let black consider what he wants to do for a second, and then we will take on c5 if we're forced.
Well, you made my move for me. I was thinking that the as you said, the new diagonal for the bishop g6.
Yeah, but my point was, let's play bishop g6 here, and now we're a little bit stuck for moves. I mean, there is rook a2. No, but there's also rook. I forgot about rook g5. There is rook g5.
Rook d5, and we have to drop back with the knight, but it's only a temporary retreat.
Yeah, and then we go to f6. Actually, we go to f6.
And like you say,
this looks quite pleasant actually for black, I think, because we can play knight f6, and then e4 becomes a very real possibility.
Right, like you say, there's a slightly damaged white king, and if black ever gets a concentration of attacking forces, it's very pleasant actually.
Yeah, because I think rook g5 is just driving the knight to where it actually wants to be.
A better square, yeah.
I think rook g5 is just counterproductive, because I want to point out that if you play e4 immediately after fe4, you have no comfortable recapture, because queen e4 loses the piece, and after knight e4, as long as the bishop is still alive, white can very safely take this pawn because there are never any checks, and in fact, white controls now pretty much the entire board and is a healthy pawn up.
Agreed.
And the rook on a2 provides additional protection along the second rank. So, so black still has to find a move in this position.
Right.
Sorry.
Going back. Yeah.
In this position.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe I've been slightly. It's it's a very general thing that happens to pretty much all Sicilian players, I think. If you survive the opening and you end up with a reasonably free position, especially in a knight off, if you've managed to play d5, you feel like you should be doing excellently well, not just not just okay, but you should already be trying to play for a win, perhaps. Yeah. And maybe I've been guilty of this, especially here, because the more I look at this position, the more I think that black is perhaps not better. I still stand by my assessment that black should be fine.
Right.
But perhaps, but maybe we should go knight e6 here, and now we want to play e4. And the tactical justification for that is that if you go rook e2, then there's a
Oops.
there's a little tactical problem. So
Right. Just go back to that position for a moment after you had played Queen F2, and instead of the move 24 Bishop G6 for me, I like F4. Yeah. How about G5? And it's like what you're saying. I'm bypassing equality with black, and I'm going right for the initiative and saying I'm better.
no, I understand. Yeah, and I think it's a good idea. Actually, I quite like this one.
Because
I think it's a good idea.
F4 pawn is so weak in those lines that we want to play E5, E4, that, well, you got to do something like G5. In the words of Bobby Fischer, to get squares, you got to give them.
Yeah, it's true. And also, I mean, generally speaking, you sort of half hesitate before playing G5 in general with
Absolutely.
G8. But
Right.
here it's quite obvious that white really has no pieces which can exploit it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the best... I was about to suggest knight D3 here, but it actually loses the entire queen side. So it's not really such a great option.
No.
No, I like G5 very much, yes. I think it's a great move. And also, I mean, in a position... I think maybe white now will have to take...
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to recapture with?
Let's
Maybe
say with the rook. Just
yeah, and then you have to choose a square. But probably this... because I will play rook e1 next, and you have to somehow deal with it. But on the other hand, let's say you go rook c7, rook e1, and play something like queen to f6, knight c5. Yeah,
knight c5. I don't like that.
White actually managed to consolidate somehow
to avoid an accident. Okay, but I like that rook c after knight d3. Go rook c6, Peter.
But this also lies knight c5. I was about to suggest that, but it actually
and now go queen c7.
This is an important square. This is good, yes.
Yeah. That way, we're not allowing that knight c5 to block the e4 square.
Because, I mean, once we go bishop g6, we will be doing excellently well. So, hang on, I've been ignoring the... I've been ignoring the tails a little bit. Let me just briefly let me apologize to 165 because due to the relative smallness of the screen, I had the 165 minimized. Sure. So if you've been trying to attract my attention somehow,
forget about it.
I'm sorry. It was just not in view. But this looks good for black. I mean, I probably, but I mean, if I was about to suggest queen b2. But then we can play rook e6 because knight c5 once again is no longer possible, and e4 is coming next move.
Very fast.
I quite like this idea. Let me just once again, let's briefly jump to something else. Not this. I wanted to because there was a fun line here, and it's not to say that what Luke is doing is wrong.
In fact, this is what we were looking at.
Yeah, this is what we discussed, but the queen went not to b3, but to d3.
Okay.
Knight b7, and then this position Levon went a4, b4, and bishop takes f6. And I was my point was, it's possible to take on c3 here, and then on b2. Which I think was, I mean, once again, perhaps it's my lack of chess culture, but I always... I'm very reluctant to believe white can be better in a position like this. Although, as a matter of fact, with the bishop still on c8, it's quite possible that white is better.
He is, yeah.
More than little. But I just wanted to point out that this was a possibility. But I mean, Luke made also a very reasonable, I mean, a normal move. He took on f6, and now, I mean, the assessment is pretty obvious. If black manages to go c5, he will not be worse.
Right.
If white manages to somehow stop it, he will be much better.
Much better.
So it all becomes a fight for who's first somehow.
Right.
And
if I could ask you a question there, Peter,
sure.
After the move 12a4, in that specific position, I would have been reluctant to play b4 with black.
Well, I think he just felt that it was correct and working out for him tactically, and why not? Yeah, I would probably just play bishop b7 here.
Precisely.
Without a second's hesitation, because
right.
and why on earth not? Pretty much, but on the other hand, if you believe that b4 just equalizes,
then you do.
And, I mean, Luke did spend some time on it, and it wasn't a decision he took. It wasn't a snap decision. He considered this for a bit, and he decided on this, and it's not unreasonable because. First of all, I mean, if the knight goes back and black plays c5, black is quite obviously doing well. So it pretty much forces either the immediate knight e4, let's put it on the board. In this position, white's options are either the immediate knight e4 or what Levon did, bishop f6 and knight e4. Both allow the trade of at least two light pieces.
Right.
Which, generally speaking, makes equality likelier. So, I mean, before is a. I agree with you. I would be somewhat reluctant to spoil the structure like this. But on the other hand, if you feel it equalizes, then why not? And fun things are happening in Magnus's game, because I think
by all means, yeah.
I think he made a bit of a misstep. This is what we have on the board. And this position occurred this way. Black did play bishop e7, so David is not a perk player at heart, I suppose.
F4.
F4, a kind of a natural move, to which Black replied queen b8, and I think here Magnus realized that knight takes e4, bishop takes e7, knight takes d2 is actually a serious threat.
Right, indeed. Yes.
And because otherwise, I'm fairly certain white does not really want to play bishop takes f6.
No.
Whatever his next move is, giving up this bishop so early
was not desirous.
Yeah, was not high on his list of priorities.
Well, he must have felt like he can't go back.
Once you take on f6, e5 is a logical follow-up, because at least now he gets some kind of kinetic energy in his position. Things begin happening. I'm not quite certain what the idea. I mean, after g5, I suppose he wants to start by playing knight e4. Yeah?
Precisely. Yeah.
This looks natural. Although
now he's in full.
I have to mention that f5 immediately is not out of the question either. But since I don't really see black taking on f4 here, why not start with knight e4? Because I was just about to suggest bishop e7 as a very decent reply. Okay. But then I realized that you can actually play f5 here with great effect.
Bishop c4.
You want to go bishop c4 next, and queen h5, and
you're in full coffee house mode, right? I mean, go baby, go. Yeah.
Actually, maybe I was incorrect in my initial assessment. Maybe f4 was a cunning trap set for black. Because I'm not sure objectively how strong this is, but it should be quite uncomfortable for David, because he is now forced to solve very concrete problems immediately. Whereas he probably felt this is still some time in the future where he will have to do that. So. And also, I was about to suggest bishop e7.
Yes.
But the funny bit is, we can still go f5. kind of wanting to transpose to the same thing. There is bishop g5 here, which is
a little independent.
Where the independent thing is. But I mean, something like this might be made. Something like this might end up being made or not. I'm sort of I have no set opinion on it yet, but at least there's a great scope for some frolics.
Something tells me like a Scotch player would just welcome such an opportunity. People who play the Scotch tend to look for these, tricky, trappy attacking lines. And this is
I think
perfect.
this is very true. Yeah, this is very true.
Yeah.
So one clearly sane option for black here would be takes 94
Yes.
and sort of rush back towards
That is sane.
defense with the queen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now I would probably want to play f5 if I were
Definitely.
white. I really don't want to allow e takes f4.
Definitely.
I want to keep them boxed in.
Right.
And now some move. I mean, I wanted to say a romantic in me, but that's not exactly romanticism. It's I've had this. You could maybe term it a problem, but I'm not even sure it's a problem as such. I've had this sort of reaction to chess positions. I think all my life, if something is sacrificed to me, and I think this should probably be a correct sacrifice.
Yeah.
When something is sacrificed to me and I think, thank you, I'm now a rook up, I will win. This is then a different scenario. But if somebody, let's say, sacrifices a pawn for initiative to me, and I think, yeah, this is probably something I would have played myself, my first reaction always is to look for a way to return it to recapture some activity.
Right.
So my first reaction in this position, I'm sure you know what I'm leading up to, would be to play c5.
Right. And because to quickly give back the pawn that was
not only to quickly give back the pawn, but to sort of revive the bishop.
Right.
Because I very badly need this bishop to be in play. But the problem is, I think it's getting traded off here, and in a very unfavorable edition, because we cannot play bishop e7 here, since it loses the exchange, because white will, of course, not interpose queen takes d8 at any point.
Right.
I mean, with the inclusion of queen d8, rook a d8, or rook e d8, it doesn't matter. It would just be equal.
Right.
But this way, it just loses the exchange. So
Full stop.
in this position, and in this position, if you play queen e7, white replies with b4.
And again,
so what we end up with is a position like this.
Right.
Where white has a wonderful knight on e4 instead of against the bishop on f6, which has no moves.
Right.
I don't want to say this is lost or anything, but
it's awful.
This has a potential of being a very, very bad position for black.
Exactly.
So I mean, much as I would like to play c5 in this position, perhaps it's not the best move. Perhaps black has to prepare it first by playing queen e7, maybe.
Okay.
But this allows, first of all, it allows bishop c4,
which is what we.
And secondly, you can actually play b4 here and freeze the queen side. It's not completely ridiculous. But let's start with bishop c4, for instance.
Yeah, I'm wondering if knight f6 check becomes a semi-threat.
Yeah, I think it might. Yeah, and black probably has to play something like rook e8 or rook a8. Right. Maybe. The rook a has to be on b8 or somewhere. So, and now some move. I don't know, queen h5, queen f3.
Yeah, go for it. Queen h5. Yeah. Now we're living our youth.
No, but on the other hand, it has to be noted that if black manages somehow to actually trade this knight for a bishop.
Yeah, then we're
with
not
the open. I mean, white is still not worse. I mean, if you imagine in this position, black actually playing bishop c6, white, let's say, going in this time. Well, let me just put it on the board.
Sure, please.
Illustrate a position like this.
Right.
Black is not better. Let's not kid ourselves.
Right.
With this bishop on c4 and the king on g8 being what it is. White risks nothing here.
Right.
There's just no way he can be worse. But on the other hand, it will be very, very difficult to do much on the king side with the structure being what it is. I mean, if you play g3 and h4, you're pretty much never playing g4.
Right.
Because the pawn on h4 will always be hanging, and also the d file will be a source of constant destruction.
Right.
So this looks like a draw, frankly, because nobody will be able to do much.
Maybe I
So
bring back happy
yes.
memories by saying that this has something, but looks a little bit like Judith
Well, I became
Polgar
against
versus
Judith.
Peter
Yeah, but
Svidler, where you managed to
but
win
the
with the
structure.
extra pawn. Yeah,
Yeah, but that was a bit of a different extra pawn. I actually had a pawn on d6 and the c file was open,
right.
and I had targets to play against sort of in the future here. And
Mhm.
also, I mean, it has to be noted that I only won that game because at some point Judith refused the forced repetition
Exactly.
because she felt she was still better.
Hmm.
Uh, so I think the sanest reaction now would be to do this. What will actually happen is a different question altogether.
Okay.
Let's briefly go back to
Okay.
Vlad's game because I think it has a potential of, things might start happening here.
Well,
And I say that because of a line I thought of
okay.
just now, which goes like this. And now I realized in this position probably Rook D8 is extremely strong, but I thought Rook D6 and then White has
Okay.
Rook A5 and B6.
And this is
Which actually probably loses, but I just wanted to put it on the board because I thought it was fun.
it is fun.
It is fun, but I think it's
But
completely.
it probably loses. Yes.
But it probably
Um,
loses. But
mhm.
maybe it doesn't lose. But I mean, there's this.
Okay, but
But to
that's a
this black
passed
and
A pawn,
yeah,
isn't it?
but
Yeah.
yeah, something like this probably is a
Right.
decent. But I mean, White does end up a piece up. But actually, I think I prefer I prefer
The
the
other way. The other way.
other
Just
way
take.
of reacting.
Yeah.
Take G4,
Take C7.
BC7, and play King E7.
Right. This is what I was thinking. Yeah.
EG4, A4. This is probably lost for White.
Right. That's a very
Right.
nice A pawn, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's an A pawn to die for.
The A pawn is a good friend of ours. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is not correct. So, but then let me just think. What could be the point of knight G4? What is the planned response to? Okay,
E5.
life corrects us once again. Hikaru wants nothing to do with all this fancy crap. He
But
wants
knight
to get
E4 was the move that we thought was the
not in this
solid
position,
pawn.
yeah, not in this position, but in general, we very much favored transferring the knight to either c5 or d6. Yeah, I think it's
Very
it's
good decision. Yeah.
very decent choice. Yeah, I
Yeah.
quite like this move. Unless there is something drastic here, but
Mhm.
I don't see what. I think it forces White to do something with his c pawn, either c6 or c takes b,
Mhm.
and I think knowing Vlad, it's probably c takes b because after c6 you end up with sort of more potential targets for the future.
Mhm.
I think
Okay.
he realizes that with a knight on a5, it's very unlikely he will get too many things going against the c7 pawn. So he has to minimize the potential risks. Although, I mean, I could be completely wrong about all this, but
Okay, so how would
I
it
would
go
probably
after?
lean towards c takes b, and
Right.
then looking for a move here. But even this position, frankly, just looks completely safe to me for black.
Okay.
I don't see why black should be worse at all.
Mhm.
Because I mean, with the bishop on f1, black can actually play e5 at any point because there are no checks anywhere. And
Right.
once you play e5 and you start driving the pieces away, it just becomes very safe, I think.
Yeah, I was just looking at this ending after knight c6, but it looks like just
But
a drawn rook ending.
I was
You
was
don't
going
even
to
do
say,
it.
with the pawn still on e6, I think I can do this
Aha. Well, that.
and just play for counterplay.
Well,
I mean,
then that's fine.
if rook a6, I can go rook d1,
Mhm.
and I'm threatening to win the bishop, and king g2 runs into rook g2, and
Winning anyway.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think if anyone is better here, it's definitely black.
Precisely.
So, to be honest, I think knight takes c6 is a draw anyway.
Right.
I don't.
No.
I don't see how black is at all worse here.
Exactly. I was
I will-
looking at
I will
bishop
play
g2, f5,
bishop
takes,
g2.
takes.
No, but for the sake of argument,
Okay, sure.
even if I do this, why is white better?
Because it's a passed pawn on c6?
Yeah.
I feel like a schoolboy answering a trivial question.
No, but I mean, I understand your point, but also, let's say in this position, Black goes something like, I don't know, knight c4. Okay. Then he goes king d6. Then he goes knight e5. I mean, the blocker on c7 is so strong, and white is so far away from ever challenging it.
Right.
That honestly, I think if Black does it in the dumbest
way,
in the most dumbest, dullest, and most passive way possible, he is still not going to lose.
Right.
Which is what I wanted to argue.
Which is probably a very good point.
Let's say you stop knight e5 c6 and you do this, and I bring the king over to c5.
Right.
I just don't believe Black is worse.
Right.
I think the relative activity of the pieces and the energy white has to expand to just not lose the c6 pawn. It completely compensates the aesthetic value of having this passer. I'm fairly certain the most value we're talking about here is aesthetic. It's really not anything practical.
No,
it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, no, you're convincing.
And the bishop on g2 is really not doing very much. So.
Like you say, it's defending the c6 pawn, and that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Hikaru generally is doing quite well here.
Very good.
It's still possible to go wrong somewhere. I mean, it's almost always possible to go wrong. But I think objectively, Hikaru is doing fine. So, briefly.
Right. Okay.
Black,
do you bring back to our Adams game?
Black did not play f4, and I'm kind of unsure about this because, on the one hand, I understand why Vishy is doing this because now he has the d file, but on the other hand, the pawn appearing on b6 makes the potential knight on c5
monstrous.
So,
scary. Yeah,
completely monstrous. So now Black has to take extra care to sort of never let that happen.
Right.
But I mean, he can proceed with our old plan actually. You can play.
F4 still looks attractive. Yeah.
Yeah, and just go bishop g6 here because now we can actually hit the knight with rook d8. The huge difference with the previous position is that now we don't have to look for extra ways of proceeding. But I mean, g5 was necessary then,
right?
Because we couldn't touch the knight on d3. But here, I mean, we will just play rook cg8 next.
Exactly.
And then once the knight is gone, we will play e4.
Right.
And there are
really
not very many good squares for the knight. You would want to transfer it to d5, but for that you would have to. I mean, I wanted to suggest rook a4, and then I realized that after rook cg8, knight doesn't get to b4 anyway. So
yeah, that's an important tactic.
Yeah,
in case of rook a5.
And
d8.
And rook a5 is runs into the same thing.
And there's the
and now you're stuck protecting the first somehow. I mean, you can play rook d5, but it kind of ruins your structure, and you're not better anyway.
Exactly. Rook
it is perhaps the best move here. but I mean, even if Black just does something like this, he's just although this runs into d6.
This is d6, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but
queen d6 should have been very fine also. I mean, by the way, I wanted to ask, I asked you your opinion about Nakamura, and again, American chess fans, let's put it that way, are kind of disappointed that, there hasn't been some fantastic breakthrough like...
Well, there has been. I mean, how do you...
right.
I mean, how do you describe Vike?
As marvelous,
if winning Vike is not a fantastic breakthrough, sorry, this is a blunder, and I will just stop moving pieces around. Let's wait for a move somewhere. Winning Vike is obviously a fantastic achievement.
True. I wanted to ask you what you thought of Vishy's performance, not just in Moscow, but when he's not playing rapid chess, he's not winning tournaments.
Yeah, but I'm not, going to argue against the obvious. And Vichy has been, in Moscow in particular, he has been less than impressive, and he will be the first to admit that.
Sure.
That he wasn't at his, sparkling best. But it's been like this for a while, and I think he tries to pace himself a little bit, especially when there's a match in sight. And there is a problem with that, which is these days, he keeps on winning those matches.
Yeah.
And this means that there is a match in sight pretty much all the time.
Right.
Which means that he really feels that, the most important thing for him is to come to the match against Boris in the fittest, freshest, best possible shape.
Absolutely.
And also, perhaps he shouldn't really waste too many opening ideas that are perhaps being saved up for the match.
Right.
So this leads to, frankly, somewhat dull play. And as I said, I'm sure, I'm not saying anything he doesn't realize himself. So
absolutely.
I mean, I'm not, really saying anything earth-shattering. If I confirm, what everybody had seen with their own eyes, that his play in the Tal Memorial has been, very, very quiet.
Yeah.
He played, maybe 2 or 3 fully fledged interesting games out of 9.
Right.
Perhaps,
yeah.
And but also, of course, and it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine, especially since Kazan. But it has to be noted that many of his games with both colors were Queen's Gambits. Goodness gracious me!
Yeah, the Queen's Gambit decline.
I mean,
Alakine Capablanca.
Yeah, but in those days, they complained and they wrote articles about the death of chess, but they didn't have access to 8-core i7s.
Right.
And these days everybody does. So it's really not that much fun. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a problem, and not for him maybe. I mean, he is very comfortable in his own skin as far as I can tell, and he is very relaxed, and so he should be. I mean, he does things the way he sees fit. But of course, it's regrettable that a player as great as he is has not perhaps always been as motivated to do well in tournaments as we would like. But then again, I mean, people have to prioritize.
Well, and exactly, and let's be clear. I mean, winning those matches, those World Championship €1,000,000 matches, that's got to be the apex of any professional chess career. Number one, to get to one of those matches.
Yes,
and
yes, I think this is very true.
Yeah, if you can maintain great form. By the way, those matches that he has played, I think, have all been fantastically interesting.
That's very true. Yeah.
So, well, power to him. But yes, you see a certain stale quality, and maybe Vichy was, let us say, at his worst, perhaps in.
He wasn't a very exciting participant.
No.
Yeah, I mean, many, and I mean, I really shouldn't be talking because, frankly, I mean, my game against him was barely 22 moves long, and that included the threefold repetition starting from move 19. So, and I was white, so he can't be blamed for that. So, let me just state that I'm not criticizing as such. I mean, I'm just sort of stating the obvious. We would, we all love to watch him when he's in full flight.
Exactly.
And he hasn't been let's say, in the Tal Memorial. I'm not gonna, I don't like generalizations that much, and I don't think we should generalize in this particular case. And this is interesting. Vishy completely disagrees with us about what structure black should be aiming for here.
And he just went.
I've just been asked in a personal tell whether Vishy will play e4 right now, and I was about to type in, I think not, and then he did. I'm a bit mystified because this now gives white a lot of freedom. I don't understand this decision, to be honest.
Knight f4 and
I think the point probably, although I mean queen c5 takes rook d7.
Yes, that looks.
And
large.
then I mean, why would you give white the square, the f4 square for the knight is frankly totally beyond me.
It is baffling. So let's have a look again.
I just don't understand it. I think, I mean, pretty much any move, at least at first sight, is more logical than this because, I mean, it's like those.
Black's game
it's like those
a lot of its dynamic.
Yeah, it's like those before and after photos. If this is after, and you look at a position we had on the board 3-ply before, and you can play f4 and bishop g6.
Yeah.
And why would you choose this?
I mean, the bishop.
I honestly don't understand because, I mean, the worst that can happen to white now is that he will somehow be forced to go knight d5. And black can't really tolerate this knight very much, and he will be forced to take. So white will recapture with the rook. One pair of rooks will come off.
Swap.
And then it probably be a draw because white will not be able to launch any kind of attack against the b7 pawn because the e-pawn, I mean, once the queen leaves the e3, the e-pawn is very dangerous, but black has no way of forcing white to leave e3.
Okay, well, let's imagine.
So it will become a bit of a, but rook d8. Let's say I take and I play.
Yeah.
I didn't really want it. Why did I take? I didn't want to take.
You wanted c5?
I wanted to go c5 immediately. Yeah, I don't know why I took on d8 because I can play c5 here.
Okay.
So I want to play. I want to play c5 and maybe b4, and then my hands will be free on the queen side.
Right.
And I can start thinking about it, let's say, transferring the knight from f4 to d4 to c3 somewhere. Right. And black will have to constantly pay attention to not blundering c6.
Right.
Frankly, I'm mystified.
Okay, let's imagine.
Also, I mean, we should point out that, the fact that Mickey is thinking should not really be lost on us because, I mean, knight f2 is not ridiculous either. Knight f2 with the idea perhaps of, let's say, rook d4 or something.
Yeah, I agree. Knight f2 is not to be completely rejected, but knight f4 just looks like such a more natural move to get to that d5 square. Or
I mean, I would play probably knight f4 in a blink, but it's not the only square that makes sense. Yeah.
Agreed.
Because this way we can maybe tie black to the e4 square, and I mean moves are being suggested at me in tails. I mean knight b4, knight b2, a4, let's say c3 is not completely ridiculous. Pretty much anything now is not ridiculous. And why would you end up with a pawn on the light square with a bishop on f7? Exactly. If you could end up with a pawn on a dark square.
Exactly.
A bishop on g6. It's just beyond me.
Again,
and also people are suggesting to me, and this could very well be true. This is probably a machine suggestion, which doesn't really disqualify it from being
a good move.
Black could just play queen f6 here, probably intending to go e4 and recapture with the rook and then double on the e file.
Which looks more sensible than what was played.
No, but and this does look like a good move.
Agreed.
I mean, from a human perspective, I would still probably play f4 because I just like lengthening the diagonal for the bishop. I think it really you can't really go wrong in a position like this. Just first of all looking to activate your bishop and then considering everything else.
Right.
But yeah, but frankly, e4, f takes e would be very low on my list of candidates. It's just strange. It's just strange. I mean, I obviously don't understand something, but what is it? I'm at a loss. Anyways, stuff is happening here.
Oh my!
In a position where I was suggesting something sane,
like Queen D8 or
like
Bishop
Queen
E7.
D8, David decided he wants adventure in his life. He wants stuff happening. He wants, you know.
I respect greed. I mean, after all, why be one pawn up and be two?
This is Magnus is being conceptual today.
Mm-hmm.
Because after Queen takes B2, I'd be very, very interested in checking whether you can win immediately.
Yeah.
And he just
Rook B1.
Yeah, but I mean, F5 makes a lot of sense now.
Sure.
Because the queen is kind of far away, and we want to go bishop c4 and queen h5 and
take the bishop up d7.
Yeah, and take the bishop and give mate, pretty much. Yeah,
right.
And if you can't recapture with the queen as you could with the queen on d8, it becomes much harder for black to actually parry all those threats. But I'm just impressed with the speed with which f5 came, because I can't, in all honesty, I can't believe he considered queen takes b2 to be a huge part of what David was planning to do.
Right.
And so he, he couldn't, to use the term so dear to ICCers' heart.
Yeah.
He couldn't have had f5 as a pre-move against queen takes b2 because I don't think he considered queen takes b2 to be a huge favorite to be played. Right. But anyway, now black has to look for ways to parry the immediate onslaught, which is
okay.
Well, I would start by maybe playing queen b6 check, inviting king h1, and then maybe trying to I mean c5 has suggested once again to me in Tals is the obvious idea, but the problem is I think you're running out of squares here. Because bishop c6 probably loses already because of knight f6 and queen h5.
Right.
And there's really no defense that I can see against queen g6 check. So you can't really play bishop c6. And if you play something normal like rook d8, after rook b1, I think you might end up running out of squares. Although now I realize there's a6. I forgot about a6.
Well, c5 is hanging.
C5 I'm not worried about.
Really?
I want the queen back on e7. I mean, once the queen reaches e7, I'm not getting mated, and it's although I am losing an exchange.
Yes,
I am losing an exchange though.
There's some also queen b3 possibility too. Wasn't so bad.
Queen b3 rook e7.
That's true.
Should I be that worried about this? I'm not sure, but it's interesting then. Yeah.
Well, certainly White's having fun. I don't say knight c5 is the only move. Yeah.
Rook d8 has been played, and now.
And I like this move, by the way. I thought that Black should play rook d8, bishop e8, king f8, and get ready to get on his bicycle.
It's very true. Yeah, this is a good plan. Yeah. Are you a fan of Tony G by any chance?
Tony G, yeah, or Ali G, or
not Ali G, Tony G. I mean, get on your bike is something Tony G says a lot. Anyways, you probably don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know
what I'm talking about. Anyway,
Tony G. He's a performer.
You could say that. Yes, he is a performer of sorts.
Okay.
So
you're White.
I'm trying to formulate a plan here, because I think you're absolutely correct. Black has to play bishop e8, king f8, and
run like rabbit.
Yeah, and be prepared to just give up h6 with check and put the king on e7.
Precisely. Not that he might not just suffer once he's done all that, by the way, but
But yeah, actually, with the king on e7, he'll be reasonably safe from immediate threats. Yeah.
Right.
This is becoming very interesting. Yeah, I quite like young Master David's reaction to.
Well, he's under a severe test. I mean, he will have a hard time. But if he manages to make that kind of a fortress with his king, one good thing is when your king's safe, you just feel better.
You can then proceed with everything else. I mean,
right.
First of all, you have to secure the king. I think, I've completely forgotten about the whole rook d bishop e8 maneuver. It's very, very good of you to instruct me, because this is a very, very important resource. And the queen just goes to a3. I think we shouldn't even look at, let's say, if rook b1, I think we shouldn't even look at taking on a2. We should just control the dark squares as much as possible and look to swing it back to e7, or if white takes on f6, then the queen lands on c5, and c5 is a good square for the queen.
Definitely.
This is very exciting, actually, because I mean, white is 2 pawns down,
right?
So he will have to somehow prove he has enough here,
right?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say he burned, all of his bridges here, but he has given up enough so that it really becomes critical. He proves he has enough for it.
Well, let's show what our listeners what we're talking about. We're talking about the position after bishop c4,
for instance,
bishop e8. Queen h5, king f8.
King f8, yeah. And for just forgetting you have a header king side, and sort of running back to the center. You pretty much have to take here, I think.
Right. And this is what we were saying for Black's point of view.
Kind of a position Black should, I think, be aiming for now. And judging by the speed with which he played rook e8, I think David is aiming for something like this.
Precisely, yeah. And
now I think, it kind of reminds me, there are positions like this in the Vienna.
Precisely, that's right, the Vienna, thank you.
Yeah, it's a structure, I mean, not the queen side, there are very few pawns on c7 in the Vienna, but the king side is very, very, and also actually the pieces which are left on the board. In the Vienna, it's very often that most of the light pieces are exchanged, and the light squared bishops normally remain. And white has to give up something on the queen side normally. The pawn on c3 normally in the Vienna is a weak pawn, which white sometimes gives up for attack.
Exactly.
And then in many cases he will end up in a structure like this, where it looks like he achieved something, but in fact
no clear follow-up.
Yeah. There's no immediate follow-up, and now Black is free to start thinking about endgames, or perhaps collecting a few more pawns and then endgames. Right here, for instance, rook d2 is quite a big threat, so perhaps white will actually have to give up on c3. And then Black is once again, I think, 2 pawns up, if I'm not mistaken, and there are no immediate threats. It has been suggested to me that in the line we're showing, Black could, in fact, in this position, whoops, that's one too far, could, in fact, play queen b6, check, and c5. And it's true, but I'm not sure he even wants to. Perhaps he does, but I would be very satisfied with the position we just showed. So
exactly.
I'm not even sure I would prefer this to that. Because here, white can do something like, let's say
G4, H4.
Yeah, let's say we begin with a move which secures everything for one moment. Let's say rook A1. Black has to play, I don't know, something.
Right. King
let's
F8.
make some move. I don't know, King F8 or something. Sure. And now let's say G4.
Yeah.
And we get into a similar position.
Yeah, and like you say, Yeah.
But on the other hand, it's very hard to challenge any of White's pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually prompts me to wonder what we were doing before. We were playing in this position. We were playing King F8,
I believe. Yeah.
Why are we taking?
I don't know. Why are we taking? We were trying to win the pawn on H6, I think.
Let's just go Rook E1 anyway.
Okay, and say King E7. Show us the difference. King E7.
Yeah, but how many of your pieces are actually doing anything here?
I have no idea. At some moment, I'm dreaming of Rook D5. By the way. Now I have to do something. Okay.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I don't want to exchange the F6 bishop because then I end up with really, I would term it nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. I want to win it.
Just win it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even playing
enough.
G5 obviously next move. I'm playing H4.
Okay.
It's incredibly slow. I understand it's very slow, and Black has many ideas here. I would maybe even consider Rook D2.
That was my first move. Yeah,
it's not out of the question for Black just go Rook D2 here, but it's interesting, and it's something to consider for White, that we don't just automatically recapture on H6 with check. It's not forced.
Well, if you go H4 and G5, so you get these two moves in, and if you take on G5, I'm just wondering how vulnerable White's king is going to be at some moment.
Once again, I'm not even beginning to claim anyone is better here. I'm just, putting this on the board for a discussion of ideas more than anything.
Exactly. So, okay, I liked your Rook D2 very much. I really do. I think that's a very strong. But how about Rook D5 as well?
Rook D5, I was planning to just ignore it, frankly.
Right. You want to go H4, and I was just wondering, like you say, the kind of a battle of ideas. Let's say, how if the king starts running again, king back to D8.
No, but at some point, I mean, if you really insist, at some point I will start collecting material. Let's say, I'm trying to think of what should I. Problem is knight f6. I might be allowing rook d2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's all becoming very concrete, but actually, maybe it's not that big a deal. Because I think you will have to take now.
Right.
And now I have this.
Okay. Yeah.
And first of all, queen f6 wins here. But also, I want to point out that this is the only way to challenge this structure.
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually incredibly effective. I mean, the black structure is very, very solid. This structure we were discussing, unless white is in time to run the pawn up to g5.
Precisely.
And then it becomes a disaster.
Right.
So, okay, let's wait for a decision here because I think we've discussed possibilities enough, and let's switch to other things. So. Vishy found a very decent move to knight f4, actually. He replied to knight f4 with rook c6.
Okay.
Which I think is a very decent move because it doesn't commit black to anything yet. Mm-hmm. And it kind of points out to white that the pawn on b6, as it stands now, is vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to do something about it. And what Mickey chose to do is he swapped the knight and he went rook d1, and I suppose the point is rook b6, rook d7, and now I mean white's activity should be at the very least enough not to be worse, despite being a pawn down, and maybe even slightly more, because I mean the rook on b6 looks mildly ridiculous here.
Simply bad, yes.
Yeah, has very few ideas, and just as illustration, if you go rook b4 and allow something like rook c7,
right.
This might turn quite nasty.
This could be terminal in a hurry, actually.
Yeah, well, I think black might still be
just in time,
just fast enough with this. But I mean, even this position, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is such an easy draw, frankly.
No, not at all.
Not at all. No. I mean,
No.
black still has to be sort of cautious. It's not. I think this position should be very holdable for black, but he should pay attention to what he's doing.
I was thinking rook takes b6, rook d7. If I'm black, I would try to bail out, maybe with some move like queen h6, just to.
Yeah, but I
I'm
still
not sure if it bails out.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. This is the problem. I was considering it, but I don't quite like where it leads.
What happened?
Maybe we have to do something like this. What we want to change is not queens, actually. It's one pair of rooks.
Okay.
And then start chasing after the queen.
Okay. Then I have a suggestion, Peter. Instead of rook c6, how about a5 as a useful move? Just to maybe force rook c7, and then you can go rook d6. Maybe the pawn's nice on a5.
This is a good point, yeah. This is a good point, yeah.
But that rook on b6 is really...
Well, I mean, there is this also. I mean...
and what happens?
You're not actually forcing rook c7 yet.
Oh, I'm not. What happens after queen b6? Queen f6. Pardon me.
f6 or g6. Choose one.
f6.
Let's say queen f6. Yeah.
Stay on some black squares, maybe.
Yeah, it's true. I was thinking maybe check.
Right.
But then queen e6 is maybe draw. Yeah?
Right.
Because if you go rook b6, I thought maybe rook f1 is good. Although some position like this could actually become quite double-edged because the e-pawn is now starting to run.
Exactly.
No, as I said, I mean the heavy piece endgames, especially when you start off with maybe slightly passive pieces but a pawn up, black should be able with precise play to at least hold. I mean,
right.
I don't think Vichy is in any immediate danger, but yeah, rook takes b6 played. Let's see what.
So after rook takes.
Oh, sorry, this is the wrong game.
And by the way, they're transposing to a position we
sort of
very similar to what we looked at, huh?
Yeah, let's stick with this for a second.
Yeah,
let's see what this is.
You were making very nice remarks that after
I think here, let's say takes. I would maybe even consider this move.
Right.
Because I want the rook active.
But is there a rook b1 problem?
Yeah, maybe.
Or rook b1?
Yeah, rook b1 I think is sort of an immediate draw.
Oh, you mean just takes and king c7? Yeah.
I think this just ends the game on the spot. I think the only way, if white wants to sort of pretend he's ambitious, he has to go rook. Whoops, sorry.
Rook d1.
What did I do?
Just go back. Yeah.
Something happened on my screen which you don't see.
Okay.
Which I couldn't understand, but it's really not terminal. First of all, I can actually, I mean, what you were pointing out earlier, I can play knight e4 here.
Mm-hmm.
And if bishop b5, knight d6, and if bishop g2, I can just play f5, and this should just be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think white will have nothing better than to just take on e4 and
to trade off the c pawn.
Yeah, and trade off c for something. Although here he has this.
Aha.
So maybe it's better to.
Yes.
Black has to be a little bit more precise somehow.
Yes.
Let's spend a second here and just find a way to hold this without suffering.
It's always nice to have
which could be. I mean, we lured the rook away from the c file, and now we can do this maybe. Although I wanted to play b5 here, but it actually loses a pawn to rook b1, and I'm not immediately winning it back. I was sort of thinking it might win it back on the spot, but it doesn't. There's also this. Hang on.
Yes.
I thought.
Anything to be recommended for e5?
This is what I was discussing sort of in my head. But first of all, isn't this just a draw?
Okay, why is that just a draw? Rook b1, yes. I slurp, and king d6.
Yeah. Isn't this
That
just
looks
a draw?
really drawn. Yeah, that looks terribly drawn.
But, but generally speaking,
Mhm.
as a rule of thumb, if black has the pawn safely blockaded and his king is on e7 and the white king is on g1, something incredibly drastic has to happen for it to not be a draw.
Precisely.
And that something drastic will probably result in it being better for black, not white.
Right. No, this isn't a problem.
Understanding. Yeah. Okay. So one thing we haven't looked at in a while is this, and this actually has gone wild.
So
this has gone wild. Let's back up a bit.
Please do. Yes. Well, when we left it, we basically
when we were here last, we were here.
Yeah.
And from this moment on, it proceeded to go completely berserk. Luke decided that he didn't want to wait for c5 and just played c5 immediately. This is all logical. And now Lev came up with this knight d4 move, which I suspect Luke may have missed and or underestimated. Or maybe his position is just fine, but Lev wanted to... Because I think the threat here is queen a5, which will just win the pawn back. And knight d4, I suspect, is perhaps the only way to keep it.
Well,
but it gives up other things, yeah.
Right. Well, the c5, c6 was a massive threat, right?
Yeah. So I just want to, because I really have no idea what's going on here, so I'm just going through this briefly. First of all, f3 looks a bit strange, but I think it's hugely important to stop knight e4, because knight e4, queen h4 would just perhaps destroy the queen side. So f3 is maybe even slightly forced. And so we get here, and Lev took on a6, to which Luke replied rook a8. I think
fascinating.
It all very much depends on how queen b6 is assessed.
Right.
That would be my first impression. That it all hinges on whether white can play queen b6. Because if white goes back and black takes on a4, I would probably take black sort of any day. I think the activity and the poor king on e1 will outweigh the passer on c5 or even c6 if it gets there, sort of any day of the week. But queen b6 is a whole different kettle of fish.
Right.
It kind of forces black to take, because you really don't want to give up on b4 either. So you have to take. And now you can play rook db8, perhaps. But first of all, white can play e4, and then you might not win any of those pawns back.
Right.
But even if, just for illustration's sake, even if white does something slow like this, you're still in a very bad spot with black.
Right.
So I think it kind of this sort of forces black to take on a4.
Okay.
And now the whole evaluation hinges on whether white can either keep the pawn on b6 alive somehow, or create enough threats that it doesn't matter. And one way of doing that would be just to illustrate. I think rook b8 is a huge mistake here. I'm just doing it to illustrate a point.
Sure. Yep.
This is something you should not be allowing. Not only because I think it just might lose on the spot here, but even if it didn't, this is something you should not be allowing. You should try and keep white's pieces as passive as possible, and as away as far away from the king as possible. So in this position, I think black should perhaps start by giving check.
And say king f2, I don't know.
Drive the king somewhere, for instance, to f2. And then maybe, because at the very least, in this position, he will now have an option of taking on a4.
And after knight takes e6, maybe
At the very least, yeah.
yeah.
And queen b6 has been played. Just briefly, I will come back to this position. I just want to point out that, for us, the commentators, this is always a sort of slight sigh of relief. One game is about to finish. in the position we were discussing, Mickey went for a safer, practical choice. He went rook d8, forcing rook c6 pretty much, and rook 1 g4. And of course, black can't really take on g8 and go king f7. It's not a winning attempt.
No.
So he went rook c8, and now everything has been swapped down. And I expect they will shut up shop in a second.
Right.
So this can be safely discounted.
Right.
I can actually close one window and resize my windows and bring something up top. Good.
How sweet it is.
It is exceedingly sweet, yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to a somewhat more exciting position. We were discussing this. Yeah. We were discussing this.
Right. Queen b6. Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, I think it has to be taken, and I think a4 has to be taken.
Right. Okay, so it looks forcing. Sure enough. Queen b6, cb6, take on a4. Okay. Then we were starting with the move rook c7, right? Is there anything to be said for e4 at once? In the words of Walter Sean Brown, immediately? Immediately. Oh, this is a specific for Walter. Walter was a 4-time U.S. champion, by the way. Oh, yeah, hold on, no, he was.
This looks quite decent, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. You went to b3. Okay, I was thinking of
where
b5, but that may allow rook a6 if I'm not.
Yeah, I think it kind of belongs on c5 if at all possible. So
yes.
I was trying to swing it over there.
And by the way, an advantage of protecting a1 as well. Oops.
How did this happen?
I think you accepted a game. You just go abort.
I
Type
didn't.
in abort.
I definitely didn't.
Okay, you have to...
I most definitely didn't.
That was interesting.
Sorry.
Shall we on help? Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, right. Okay, well done.
There we are, yeah?
Very good.
Let me just resize stuff yet again, and I'll be ready to continue.
Well, the idea there that you could give a simul there, you could broadcast in one voice, play a game with another. That would have been nice.
I think Hikaru is becoming ambitious. Okay, well, it doesn't really. That game is going to end in a draw, I think, regardless. So, because I briefly thought about switching to this, but let's finish with this game first. Takes. I think e4 is a very good suggestion. I mistakenly thought I might be somehow able to take it, but
right. But that pawn on b6 goes fast after rook takes d4. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any merit to going bishop b7 and not bishop a8? I don't think so.
You really are encouraging that knight No, you still have rook d7.
Yeah, I have rook d7, but I have rook d7, but
your knight b3.
I mean, even in case of knight b3, it seems like I've not improved my relative situation.
Leading with your chin, I think, is what the boxers call it, right?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, now knight c5.
And also, I mean, it has to be mentioned that Luke's time management in this game has not perhaps been of the most practical sort.
But
he is, according to my screen, down to 9 minutes against 63 for Levon, with 17 moves to go until time control. This is really asking for it.
Well,
it's just not something you want to do against Lev.
Isn't this one of the
actually, I think Lucas has just agreed with us as to how this position is assessed, because he went queen e5, to which Lev immediately replied king f2, not even giving a second thought to f4. which would force, I mean, f4 would force queen e4.
Right.
But maybe it's not such a huge drawback because, I mean, I would maybe consider going like maybe king d2 here because I am threatening bishop d3 and capturing the queen. But on the other hand, if something goes wrong after some move like bishop b3 and then rook takes d4 against any move or some such nonsense, actually I think I prefer maybe bishop c6 because if bishop b3, then I think c6 could be good. And I want to exclude the queen from defense. I'll say bishop c6 and something like bishop d3, rook d4, e d4, queen f4 check. And this could be very good for black, actually. So I quite understand Levon's choice. And also, black still cannot recapture on a4 because the rook is hanging. And if he goes rook db8 here, white plays queen d6.
Happily, yeah.
Yeah. Once again, you have to waste the tempo avoiding the exchange, probably. Although perhaps actually the d pawn is easier to manage than the
right.
Yeah, and maybe here already we kind of have to take. But it once again it depends on how you assess a position like this.
Precisely, e4. That's a crucial move.
Yeah, and the problem is the knight on b5 will be very, very hard to dislodge, which means that the pawn on d6 will actually survive the next couple of moves.
That's
and if
bad
it does,
news.
If it does, yeah, it's kind of bad news for black.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could even, I mean, with the b pawns both alive, it's not clearly so, but arguably, black would even be fine if he could trade both rooks for the d6 pawn and the knight. Arguably. Although, frankly, the b4 pawn will probably fall very fast, and as the rule, there's a very simple rule concerning this. It says one pawn runs faster than two. And in this case, one pawn runs faster than three.
Yes.
So it will take really a long time for black to start anything on the king side,
right.
while the b pawn will be on b7 in no time flat.
Exactly.
But frankly, I don't even see how black achieves that.
Right.
This isn't even
as bad as that is.
Yeah, as bad as that probably is.
Yeah.
I see no immediate way of getting there.
By the way, I learned that rule that you just mentioned from Mikhail Tal. I think it was from his match with Botvinnik in his 1960, his classic book on his match with Botvinnik 1960, where he's talking about how one pawn outruns two. That's the rule,
I think Luke might be in quite a bit of trouble. Let's briefly go to Magnus, because David found a very interesting idea which we completely ignored. No, not queen c2. In this position, hang on, I'll put on the board. Yeah,
right.
In the position where we automatically went king f8 and we're quite happy, and I'm not even sure we shouldn't be happy after king f8. He found an idea we completely missed. He went rook d6.
Sure, nice.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting idea, because, I mean, if white recaptures on d6 and then doesn't win in two moves, he can resign.
Right.
Let's just put this on the board. If you do this and then you don't give mate sort of immediately, I mean, in Backhouse you could perhaps play pawn to g6 and then give some mate, but since it's not Backhouse, black's next two moves will be d5 and d4, after which you can pretty much resign.
Right, that bishop on f6 will be magnificent. Yes.
So taking on d6 is pretty much never any good
option. Yep.
Yeah, so white has to proceed as if this option just doesn't exist. And Magnus started by playing rook b1, to which David replied queen c2, which is also quite understandable, since on a3 now the queen really does nothing at all.
Yes.
Yeah,
and he hits.
And now I expect. Well, it doesn't matter what I expect because the move has been made, so we'll just put it on the board.
Okay.
In g4, to which David, this actually creates a somewhat subtle threat of rook fc1, queen a4, bishop takes f7, check. Which David has spotted because he played king f8. So now bishop takes f7 is no longer a check. But one thing I don't quite like about Queen C2 is that the queen is a bit boxed in now, and there are all those tactics
big threats
to do with how to catch it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how you can catch it, and maybe you can't, but I'm a bit worried. I mean, maybe despite the fact that it has no moves, I would still maybe put it on A3. Because there, at least, I would be sort of not worried at all about it being somehow caught in some sort of net.
But why play for safety when you can go all out? Rook B7. Come on, Peter. Remember the glory days.
Yeah, the glory days are all fine, but you're allowing some kind of.
No, I'm not allowing.
No, I'm sorry. No. Sorry, that wasn't
mouse slip.
Yeah, it wasn't a mouse slip. It was a brain slip.
Okay.
Wanted to use a proper noun after brain, but we're on air.
Rook B7. Fortunately, there's no sacrifices against F7, so I guess you could play. Black would have to play Rook C8. You really don't want to lose.
I don't know. Can I play this?
Oh.
I really do want to trade one pair.
Okay.
I think it just improves my position so much that I'm willing to even give up C7 for the chance.
Okay, so Magnus took it. Rook C7, Rook D1. That's how the game will proceed, yes?
Maybe. You could also include Bishop B3. And then after D3, Rook C7, there is no Rook D1. But it allows...
Cute.
I mean, I'm not sure you want to drive the queen to E3. E3 looks like a good square for the queen, and now maybe... No, H5 allows mate in 3 or something.
What? H5 allows...
No, H5 queen takes H5 is kind of counterproductive. Is
and
what
Rook
I would
F7.
say. Not exactly, maybe not mate in 3, but well, actually...
I was looking for it. Maybe it will be mate in 3, actually. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's pretty close. It's not...
Yeah.
It's not there, but...
Okay, here Black, unless he has something, is in doo-doo, right? Or maybe not. I don't know. So Bishop D3, Queen D3, Rook C7 is how we got this mess, huh?
Yeah, this is how we got here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, there's no actual threat. I mean, I can do something, I mean, purely for argument's sake. Sure. I can do something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And after Rook C6, Rook D1. As was correctly pointed out to me, we are staring at a position where... Sorry. We're staring at a position where Black can actually capture the errant rook.
Is that right? Ooh.
Well, it kind of forces... It forces knight d6, queen c7, after which Black is safe. I mean, White doesn't lose on the spot, but it kind of trades everything off, and it's not much fun. So something else has to be done.
So what does it mean, Peter? It means that Rook B7. Okay, but
Rook B7 we went to Rook G8. I don't know. Right. Let's just consider what other options does White have here.
Okay.
It has been. I mean, since it's a bit of a slow moment and we have no immediate suggestions. Somebody asked me in a tell if this was any good.
Mm-hmm.
And whilst I applaud the ingenuity of this small combination which wins back a pawn, I just want to point out White is really not aiming for an endgame.
Right.
It might not even be such a disastrous endgame. I think Black is probably better here, but not by much.
Mm-hmm.
But really, being 2 pawns down, winning 1 and exchanging half the pieces is not what Magnus is trying to achieve here.
Right. Only Black can be better here.
Well, I mean, he also A2 is hanging, which is kind of relevant.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
But even if it wasn't, it's just not something you want.
No.
I mean, Magnus did not play all the moves he played to end up here. It's just unthinkable.
Right.
So back to and hang on a second. There is stuff
happening.
Stuff going on here. Yeah. Levon is Levon is showing his creative side today.
By the way, don't you think that one of the things I'm really impressed by Levon? I mean, his results speak for themselves, but one of the things that really amazes me is his speed of play. He's almost always up on the clock.
When he is in good form, and these days he is more often than not on good form. Yeah, he plays fast. Wow. And this creates problems obviously for his opponents because somebody like me, I'm very much used to thinking on my opponent's time.
Right.
And this option is just gradually taken away when you're playing with one.
Mm-hmm.
Not that he doesn't think at all. I mean, he obviously does, but
right.
He tends to play fast and not get into time troubles. And it's a problem. And if you can manage that, it's a good tactic against anybody.
Right.
But I mean, it does require a lot of concentration and a lot of gift, frankly, to be able to do that on a consistent basis against the best and the best of the best. I don't really. He always plays against the creme de la creme.
Right.
He plays top events, and the fact that he does that against the really top players is very impressive. Anyway.
I was about to say the only player in the modern chess top that when he was in his finest form, Veselin Topalov often was always ahead on the clock. In other words, his opponent was always into the time trouble, and Veselin enjoyed having more time.
Well, in his case, I'm less certain because.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you take tournaments which you would consider the pinnacle of Veselin's career,
yes.
like San Luis or something.
San Luis, yes.
Yeah, there he was showing something completely remarkable. But sort of before and after that, he generally was. I mean, he was always an excellent player, but
right.
Generally, he would get into time troubles. He would give you chances, and my feeling always was when playing against him is that, if I somehow survive the opening, which is frankly not a given,
right,
I will have a shot.
Right.
Regardless of color, regardless of anything else, it was a question of not getting slaughtered in the opening because he always was better prepared than I was, and we had many interesting games, and I'm not in plus against him by any means, but I always felt that with him I will get an exciting game, and it will be a game where I will have opportunities. Whether or not I will be good enough to exploit them is a completely different matter.
Right.
But I will have my chances. By the way, right. Hikaru found a forced draw which was no worse than the one we suggested, and let's just briefly put it on the board. Hikaru did go for the e5, e4, and right. I kind of missed that he has this king e5, d5 pendulum.
Right.
I stopped somewhere here when I was looking at this line and thought, why allow this? But actually, it's just an immediate draw because he goes king d5, and this position just goes back, and there's nothing better than rook c4.
Right.
So that's it. So back to Levon. Yeah, Levon is a remarkable talent, obviously, and he is very, very difficult to play against when he is in good form.
I've had this guy Death who's written me like 50 tells repeatedly, and he says, I guess he's Bulgarian, after his match with Anand, do you, Peter, think that Topalov was tired of chess and he wants to retire?
No, I don't think he. Once again, I mean, I am definitely not in a top 100 people qualified to talk about,
to speak about others.
Topalov's mental state. I mean, don't even want to go there, frankly.
Right.
I'm nowhere nowhere near, being his, friend and confidant.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not a subject particularly, near and dear to my heart. But
Right.
I don't think he wants to retire necessarily. I honestly don't think he wants to retire at all because, he's a great chess player, and also it's what he does. To retire to do what exactly?
Right.
It's a question that applies to all of us. I'm asking the same question. I'm asking the same question myself, sort of all the time. What should I do if, and sort of more likely when my faculties start to wane?
Well, you can always model clothes.
Clearly,
Follow
yeah.
clearly, right?
Yeah.
That's an obvious one.
I even know what kind of clothes. Yeah.
Oh, really? Boss? Hugo Boss?
No, there are those specialty stores which cater to people twice the normal size. Those.
Oh, the big and tall. The big and tall.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah. Very good, Peter.
Those are my natural second career. But anyway, on a more serious note, I don't think it's retirement necessarily. It's just that I think it was a huge blow losing the match against Vichy.
Clear.
In his hometown of all places, and I think it took him a while to recover.
Mm-hmm.
But the way he played at least some of the games during the European teams suggests to me that he perhaps managed to get his house in some kind of order. Mentally more than anything. I don't think there were any chess problems to speak of.
Right.
But I think he needed to sort of remotivate himself.
Yeah, I saw some passions flicker there. Good sign. Yeah.
Yeah, and the way he played, as I said, not every game, but at least some games during the European team suggested to me that we might see the return. Of top. That would be excellent for the spectators because he's obviously an immensely exciting player and a player people love to watch.
Agreed.
Anyway, what do we think? What do we think about this position?
Very good. That's the question. What do you think of this? Do we go for something based on E3, E4?
I couldn't make it work because you see, there's this nifty little trick. If you go E4, whoops, that actually doesn't work. I was about to suggest that this wins the rook on C1, but it doesn't.
Right, it doesn't. I got stuck
it's been a
here.
longish day. I think I'm actually starting to. My faculties are on the vein already, so I apologize for that.
Not at all.
I thought White could just completely forget about the G3 pawn and just go. But the problem is, let's say if we play C7 and give up G3 with check, then Black can just play rook. I was just thinking maybe you could do.
Sure.
I think the better way of doing it actually is just go King E1 here, because then maybe it will take a while for Black to actually win the G3 pawn. Because after King Queen H2, maybe I can play G4. That was my thinking. Because surprising as it may sound, the King probably will be quite safe on D2, and safer on D2 than on F2 actually. Okay. Because let's say Black plays E5 trying to move the knight away and then give some check, and this always will be met by C7, which pretty much forces rook DC8, and then we play something like knight F5. And once again, on D2 there will be no checks at any point. So I was wondering if you could do something fancy, like in a very tactical, very sharp position, just waste the whole move on switching the king to a central file.
Okay, so how about Queen G5?
Yeah, maybe Queen. Yeah, but this is a problem because, this is the position I was talking about. Something like C7, Queen G3, King G2. But
right,
the problem is it looks nice and black perhaps maybe doesn't even have a good next move.
Mm-hmm.
But how are we progressing?
Exactly. You got to go A5, A6.
Yeah, we probably have to play A5.
Right.
And once again, black doesn't really have much going right now. But what is white's next move? And Levon actually made a move which was another of the moves I was considering. Precisely this: King G2 and to meet E4 with E5, E5 with E4.
Which is
yeah, and now this is the position they have on the board, but
wow,
it's a bit of a mess because I'm not sure. And Luke played Rook E8 a tempo, which
well, you want to get out of the C7 threat,
right? He pretty much has to play a tempo now, considering how much time he has left. But yeah, I'm not sure this was so much forced, but
okay. So what the heck is going on here, Peter? D5 is hanging, E2 is hanging.
I have no idea. I think.
How about we start with Queen B5, just protecting as many of our goods as we can?
Queen B5 is possible, but then you might run into some turbulence, possibly, no?
That's
your goods might not be as protected as you thought.
How turbulent?
Although, yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, take.
This is fun.
Probably too much.
I really don't want to go Rook C8.
No. Then
but
D6.
On the other hand, what else is there?
Well, I was looking at Queen G5 actually, and yeah, that is true. Queen, yeah. I'm trying to set up a perpetual, but okay.
Yeah, this could actually work. Yeah, as a perpetual.
Yeah.
Device. As a device of giving perpetual, this could actually work. Apparently, comp says equals, which is fun. Which is fun. Luke is actually well, not anymore. I mean, I've just looked up and he's 2671. But I mean, for a while he was like 2610 or something.
Right.
And this really did not reflect in any way just how gifted a player he is.
Right.
He really is a very, very interesting player.
I remember when he was a junior player, he'd come to Holland for a Blitz tournament, and I wanted to ask you also about the Tal Memorial, the lack of a Blitz tournament, but there's a Blitz tournament called Dordrecht each and every year here in Holland. And I saw Luke McShane as a young teenage boy, let's say, coming, and he was really made a strong impression. I think he finished, let's say, in the top 5. But you got to understand, this was a tournament deep in Grandmasters, and you might even say knee-deep in Grandmasters, right?
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
And
sure. No, I've always been, I mean, he's one of the more interesting and more, imaginative and exciting players around. And as far as I understand, and okay, I'm not really privy to much in the way of details of his life, but I think he might be going back to investment banking soon.
Yes,
which is a huge loss, I think, for all of us. I mean, I fully understand his decision,
of course,
and I mean for a man as well educated and as obviously gifted in other things as he is, why not? And we probably all wish we had such a second option,
Exactly.
But I think it's a loss for chess because he's a very, very good player and also a very, very nice guy.
Yeah, and certainly a very big loss for British chess too. Yeah. So. Sorry, this Queen B5 may have walked into Rook A4. How about Bishop C4 for Levon?
Yeah, Bishop C4. I think this is what people have been saying, that actually here D3 and Queen D5 holds. And I'm not surprised because, frankly, white is a little bit exposed.
Right.
And it shouldn't really surprise us that black is not worse here. Because, after all, it's only one pawn for the exchange. The king is feeling a bit
drafty. Yes.
Drafty. Yeah, this is actually exactly the word I was looking for. And it seems like black has sort of weathered the storm a little bit. I've been just to briefly address something I managed to catch in 165. It's also, I mean, in the same vein as with McShane, only more so, much more so. It's great news for chess that Morozevich is back.
Yes,
because he is not only an excellent and strong player, he is also perhaps the single most exciting player when he's in full flight.
Wow! Yeah,
and an incredible. I mean, his performance in Saratov is
wow.
Is something really. I think very, very few people in the world are capable of such, wrecking ball performances.
Yeah, it's a marvel.
As he is when he is really, when he is in full flight. Not many people destroy fields as thoroughly and as impressively as he does. So once again, I can't really go into why he wasn't there for a year and a half or however long it was. I really don't know. It's really up to him to answer or not answer this question. But it's obviously very, very good that he is now back to, I guess, close to his best, and it's been wonderful to watch. I mean, the way he's been playing this year. I also, I ended up on the wrong end of it once at least.
I'm sure. Well, I mean, I can't do anything but concur. I mean, ever since Morozevich, he blew into our consciousnesses at the Lloyd's Bank Open as a young player. I think he scored some horrible 9.5 out of 10 or something in destroying fields. So ever since that, we kind of put an asterisk by his name, and he always manages to, even when he's in bad form, he always manages to intrigue us with his original play, creative play, and it's great to see him back. I can only concur and say, wow, great for Russian chess and everything else.
Yeah, it's great for chess, sort of full stop. I don't think it's not even necessarily Russian chess as such. It's just very good for
chess.
For chess in general. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, since this position that you have between Aronian and McShane, after queen takes d5, black is kicking healthily. Shall we go back and see
we should.
Levon can improve?
You mean
or take us anywhere you'd like.
Yeah, I thought we could revisit this. And Magnus went for an interesting approach. He just decided that, okay, I'm 2 pawns down, and black seemed to have solved his immediate problems, but he still has nowhere much to go, so I should secure my position
as well. Yeah.
And then think about how to proceed. So he took the time to just include h3 and king h2.
Okay.
Which now secures the first rank. He doesn't have to worry about... I mean, rook d1 is still probably an idea for black, but it no longer has such an effect on white.
Okay.
And now, black can play, any of the 3 moves. Yeah, queen a3, for instance, the move he played is a logical continuation. But it's a very weird position where if it's completely unclear where anybody is going. I mean, applies to both white and black.
Right.
And also, I think time will start becoming a factor because David is down to 6 minutes and a bit, while Magnus is very healthy on half an hour plus. So this is the position we have now, and now black is sort of belatedly switching to the original setup we were discussing.
Right. Now, that was interesting that he put his queen on a3 as opposed to a5. I thought a5 was a better square, simply covering the c pawn.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about this as well. I'm not quite sure why he chose a3, but perhaps his idea was that now after he went rook 67, maybe he now is considering maybe playing queen e7 in some positions. Although I mean queen e7 will lose the a pawn whilst really not solving too many of the original problems. So
right, it's almost pretzel-like.
I'm beginning to fancy white here because, frankly, because of the trend more than anything. I think it was very good that Magnus assessed the situation correctly. He realized that his position, he's pretty much untouchable here. None of his pieces can be challenged. So I like the whole idea of wasting two tempi and going h3, king h2. I think it's very, very strong. And although I suspect objectively Black's position might still be very viable, I think the way the game is going, David will at some point try to return some material for activity, and he might return the wrong kind of material, perhaps, or something. Although, as we were saying earlier, if Black just completely forgets about returning the queen to the king side and just goes king e7 next move,
right?
I mean, he will have a very strange position where he honestly has no next move after that.
Well, at some moment, Black needs to play c5.
Yeah, but what does White do?
Right. So
Magnus still has to find some way in.
In a sense, White has optimized his position.
Yeah.
I mean, h4, g4, g5 really is not in the cards. No.
Not really, not anymore. But White could maybe even consider swinging the second rook over to the g file, maybe in some positions, or I don't know. It's a tricky one.
Yeah,
it's a trick. I mean, his finding a plan here for White is a bit of a tricky one, but I'm sure one exists. So, I mean, and Magnus has plenty of time to figure it out.
Okay.
Can I take a 5-minute rehydration break?
Because of course, and I'll be there after you.
I need a drink.
Of course.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'll just take over the controls for a moment, and let's see what is going on. I will copy 3. Let's see. I think that this game... Oh my gosh. Oh, they're still playing. This is between Mickey Adams and Vishy Anand. I don't know who's playing. I guess Mickey is trying to prove something. I'm not sure what. It looks drawn. Okay, and let me just see again Levon Aronian, because that seems to be the most interesting. Aha, they have reached this position, and last time bishop d3, bishop c4, pardon me, d3 was tried, and I thought Black was doing fine. So that was why I tossed out this move, queen b5, and we were looking at rook a5. And this is where I was kind of blundering around with this kind of a position. But we felt that this was good for Black. Oh, and by the way, thanks to those of you who pointed out that f4 queen takes d5 was winning for Black. I tried queen g4. So, pardon me, rook e8, and we were here. So, bishop c4 d3 is annoying. Queen b5, rook a5 is annoying. Let's just have a quick look at that one. Again, queen b5, rook a5. star move, by the way. So we can't take the rook as the e2 check is hanging. And after, for example, a move like queen here, how does this one go? I guess queen takes, c7, rook c5. And black is doing fine. Black is doing fine. Okay, let's go back. Rook e8. It would be very nice if white could just play bishop f1 and black would happily take this pawn on d5 so that I could play c7 and who knows, take a pawn on b4. But I'm really annoyed about this move, rook e3. And that really... thank you to David Korn, who says that in the game between Kramnik and Nakamura, that particular variation had 6 games, and every one of them was drawn. Catalan players take note. So rook f3 is the move that really... rook e3 with a threat to the f3 pawn is a move that really annoys white. And that's why white really doesn't want to play bishop f1. Neither does white want to play bishop d1. That would be a horrible mistake because now there's a nasty threat of queen h1 and mate in 2. Queen h1 check and mate in 2. So that's why I wanted to play queen b5, but I walked into rook a5. Bishop c4 walks into d3. And again, I'm just going to take a moment to see if we're up to date. Yeah, last move is rook e8. So this was a move that Luke had seen many moves previously, and now Levon is probably shocked to realize that his hope for easy win or something of that nature isn't there. One more look. Queen b5, rook a5. I'm looking at a silly move. d6. I'm quite sure this is not going to work, but there's something about runaway pawns that we always find attractive. So takes the queen. I'm told that Mickey Adams and Viswanathan Anand have agreed to a draw. That's nice. As Peter mentions, that's one less open screen that we need.
Yeah, 2 already.
Yes, 2.
I made myself a cup of tea, but I decided I can't really leave the mic that long. So
okay, you're waiting.
I will try not to be very, very loud with it.
No worries. I'm trying to be creative, and probably with bad reasons. For Levon, I was looking
Tell
at
me.
Queen B. Okay, I'm going to follow you again, Peter.
Hang on a sec. So this is game 4.
Yeah.
So you want to go queen b5, rook a5, and then d6, yeah? As far as...
Yes, exactly. Which is really horrible, but...
No, it's not.
Oh.
But I'm not sure it will work, because I think there's really, really fast counterplay here. Let's say we start with perhaps rook e3.
Yes.
He went c7. This is interesting. Let's finish with this, and then we'll go back to the game.
Okay.
Or maybe g3 immediately. Maybe let's go d3.
Whoa. You mean rook e2 check. That's really annoying. Yeah, that's too fast. Yeah.
I think that might be a bit too fast here. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So in view of which Levon went for something we were discussing, but as many people pointed out to me when I played f4 here and did not play queen takes d5 in reply, they were pointing out that this would be a bit of a mistake, but Levon is not likely to blunder like this. So instead Instead, he went c8. So this is the position we have on the board, and now d6. And
Right.
I expect this to end in a draw somehow.
Right.
Because it's very hard for me to believe that it could be better for white. Let's take a second and find how to give a perpetual here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure there is one.
We would start with Queen D1, I suppose.
But what after d7? I'm a bit confused. I'm just queen takes f3 probably. Something like this perhaps is a draw. Yeah?
Right.
Yeah, this should be a draw.
And then the trick is after queen, you just go check on h1 and check on g4.
This shouldn't change. This shouldn't change anything.
No.
But what about? Hang on a second. But what about this? Does this change anything?
It takes away the e4 square. Yeah.
Yeah. And check. And now king h4. Okay. No. This gets us back.
Right.
Yeah. This is still a draw because king g4 f5 probably just loses on the spot. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to lose the game. Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently queen e3. Well, queen e3, I suppose, is the same thing, but Luke already played queen g1.
He did.
Yeah, he played queen g1. So, is there anything for white here?
Yeah, we're looking at king
g4. Something like king g4. Yeah, to begin with. I mean, it's
the suicide variation.
It's a bit left field, but
okay.
Okay, h5, king f4.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, and now something like queen e1, rook e8. I was sort of going for mate, but maybe I shouldn't be so ambitious. Check, for instance, king e4, check, king d5, and queen e6, and queen e6 check, and
wins.
And yeah, and we did successfully manage to kill ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Which is perhaps not what Levon is aiming for here. I would suspect.
Right.
He is not particularly looking for ways to
lose the game. Right.
Kill himself spectacularly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would also like to send my deepest regards to people calling me fat in 165. I'm allowed to do it myself. You're not allowed to do it. You people are not allowed to do it.
Not allowed to do it.
Not while I'm on air.
And especially as he only had a medium-sized pizza, not not an all-you-can-eat monstrosity.
No.
So we go back.
I wanna sort of put my gargantuan foot down on this. And say that people should refrain from doing that, even though they're obviously right. Anyways, moving on. Moving on. What about d7, queen f3, rook c1?
Well,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is a
5.
I'm not sure it's a winning attempt, frankly. Yeah, because it might kind of be a losing attempt. But
right.
I just wanted to mention it. But I'm not sure. I don't think white risks too much after a4, but maybe he does. Yeah, like d3. Let's say a sample run might run something like this. Yeah,
precisely.
d8 and then some move.
Right.
No, well, we're not winning. But we are winning probably if we do.
Right.
If we do.
Yes.
Hang on. I wanted to take on b5, but then white has rook takes d2.
Oops.
it's a fun position to discuss. Yeah. This actually does win for white because there's only one more check.
Remarkably, I agree.
Yeah,
that's nice. That is a funny one.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say is somewhere around here I can just take. I think no, wait, not here. No, I was about to suggest that I can take on b5 and after g8 just go queen h5, queen e2, but there's queen h4, so I have to pay some attention.
Right.
I have to pay it. This is how we do it. We go d3,
Right.
a6. Oops, sorry, I recite something once again on my stupid screen. And now we take.
Right.
And if they go d8, we give a check. And now queen h4, we have this.
Cute.
Beautiful, no?
Beautiful.
But does it work? Game continues. Rook here.
Dama.
Take. Check.
G6.
A7, queen d7. Oops.
Yes. We're just in time with queen d7.
Okay, this is a draw then. Okay.
It was close. It was very close.
It was very close. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
let's switch to the other one while Livon is thinking. This is getting somewhere now.
Isn't Black's king supposed to be on e7, not his rook?
Yeah, I think he will. Yeah, I think he might be in a lot of trouble now because. Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm liking what Luke is doing, but anyway, because if rook d7 now, there's no, but queen c5 doesn't win. I was worried queen c5 and rook a7 might win the queen, but there's c2 still. Then he should just play rook d7 back. I mean, it looks weird, but what else is there? But hang on.
Yes.
Now we can do this.
Okay. Yes, these types of sacrifices.
No, doesn't really get us much of anywhere, I think.
Ooh, with a double hit, F1 and B7. Okay, that's annoying, to be sure.
Yeah, that's. Let's see if there's anything else. Hang on. Yeah, just briefly. Of course, you shouldn't even consider this because this is just mate.
Rook rook b4, yeah.
Or frankly, even rook b4. Yeah, rook f3 also wins, but rook b4 is maybe even faster. Yeah, and of course, for the same reasons, you shouldn't be considering king g7 because now after rook b4 and then bishop goes somewhere and the rook swings over to g4 and I can't prove it mathematically yet, but I have something like, let's say queen c2. The best defense would be something like this. But then white gets in, yeah. White gets in. Even though once again we've managed to relocate ourselves, but I'm sure there is some way of avoiding this.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just refine this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say in this position I start by maybe giving a check. Wherever you go, I mean, my idea is just to put the queen on h4, and now let's say if the king goes to g7, I can bring the second rook up.
Exactly.
No, the king just doesn't. I mean, flat out doesn't belong on g7. So
agreed.
So I think he has to pretty much play rook e7.
Yeah.
I think it's a forced decision for him now.
Okay, so what happens
quickly,
after?
I think now that I took a second to think about it, I think Luke's decision is even better than what we discussed.
So d7, f5.
He just went f5, and I don't see anything for white that.
Okay. Well, so we've got this threat of mate and 1 to deal with.
We probably have to go king g2, then he gives check.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the only way to somehow deal with this would be to involve the bishop somehow. Let's say king g1, queen e1, bishop f1, queen g3, and now some move.
Like
but
king h1
maybe king h1, yeah, but.
Doubtful, huh? Just
first of all, doubtful, and secondly, I think this could be an immediate end also. So not allowing any. I mean, it's still the same perpetual. I'm still aiming for absolutely
the same perpetual. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
I want to go. I want to go e1, e2, f1, And
But
if you go rook e8, I think I think this should change nothing, because in this position I will just go queen d1 back.
So white won the move rook e8 for what it's worth.
Yeah, but on the other hand, black successfully cut off the whole fourth rank for the king, so this should be holdable. Somebody suggested something interesting in the kibs.
Yes, the kibs.
Yeah.
Give us the kibs.
Not this, of course. Yeah, that's actually a misclick. This is cute.
Now this is interesting.
This is cute.
Very good.
But
wow.
Anything you can do, I can do
better. Yeah?
Cuter, yeah.
Yeah, even cuter.
Now actually d8 loses.
Wow.
I think, because after d takes c2, I'm still threatening mate in 1, and the queen comes. So you have to go with the rook somewhere along the second, and black has at least a perpetual, and probably more.
Exactly.
Because I think it's more, actually, because I give check, and then if rook g2, I just go d2.
Be careful. This bishop is on b5.
Whoops.
But I understand, yeah.
Or maybe I can start with the... no, this also doesn't work, because the king is saved. It's saved just in time, yeah. But okay, black has a perpetual, so...
yes, of course.
He's not risking anything here.
No, not at all.
Okay, so Levon has 24 minutes to convince himself it's a draw somehow.
Right. And let me just take a break, Peter. I'll be back in 5.
Sure.
Okay.
So it's me against the dead air. It's an unfair battle, and I was so hoping to actually drink that tea. It's been a reasonably exciting first round, I think, and people are suggesting Magnus is winning somehow. I still can't see how, but if the machine says he is, then he obviously is. Let's have a look at this for a sec. He did give a check on c5, so I expect the idea is to take on... Maybe it's actually stronger to take on c7 and just not even bother with the a7 pawn, because by taking on a7, the only thing you achieve is you drive the queen towards some semblance of a reasonable square. The queen wants to be somewhere around d2 to at least keep some squares in check. So perhaps it's better to just start with rook c7, because there's really nothing black can do here. So he probably still should play queen c2, or I would probably still play queen c2 here, because if king g7, I suspect something like rook f3 just wins, because now all of white's pieces are joined in the attack, and there's just nowhere for the black king to run. And a problem he is now facing, for instance, is that if he goes, let's say, rook d7, after rook g3 check, king g7, the queen successfully enters via f8. So it's a huge problem for black already. Seems like the other game is about to end in a perpetual, so this is the one we should be concentrating on. Rook takes c7. Well, it has been suggested that black just plays a5 here. It is a possible move, but it is very hard for me to believe there is no way for white to break through. One such idea I have is to play, let's say, rook f3. Now I'm threatening rook d3, winning a rook. And if black, let's say, plays e4, I can play rook c8, deflecting the rook. And once again, either the king is forced onto the g-file, where it will be met by rook g3 check and mate, or black has to play something ugly like rook 8 d7, after which I probably don't have to convince you white is winning, because black's entire position is completely tied up, and something should win. A nice geometrical motif that appeals to me is rook e3, queen c2, and now bishop d3. With, I think, immediate mate. Yeah, queen takes c4 is possible. I just wanna put this on the board because it's so very picturesque. Yeah, in a position after rook c8, black can take on c4. But his position should be lost anyway after queen c4, ef3, and some move like queen c5 back. I don't think it's possible for black to save this position anyway, and I'm sure there's probably a faster way to win anyway. So what we have on the board now is rook c7, queen c2, and rook c8 probably wins here on the spot. I can't see why not. Just rook c8, king has to probably go to g7, and now I think the simplest way is just to cynically take and go rook f3. And by rights, this should just fall apart for black, because I can't see any way for black to stop rook g3 check and then queen f8 or queen e7. So this looks like the end.
So, are we ready for the stretch?
Hey, yeah. I think Levon accepted the inevitable, and
he made a draw.
The game is now finished.
By the way, that's a big save. You were talking about quarter points.
Yeah,
this is a big save.
Yeah, this is a huge deal for Luke, because black against Levon is not the ideal first round pairing for somebody who now, well, ostensibly quit chess.
Yes, exactly. The amateur.
And I think he held his own very, very well. I mean, he got into a very worrying situation with very little time and a very dangerous position objectively. Mm-hmm. And he found all the only moves where it was required. So I think he should be very proud by the way he played from a certain point on today. And I'm just waiting for Magnus to play rook c8 here, so that I can finally have my tea. I can't see any semblance of defense after rook c8. I think the king will have to go to the g file, and then it gets mated.
If I can ask, what do you have against rook f3? What can black do?
Nothing at all. I just think rook c8 sort of ends the game.
Oh, it's so
yeah. I think.
bad.
Well. I mean, the one argument you could make is that it allows queen d2, after which rook c8 is no longer a threat, and I want to swing it over to f4 if at all possible. And if rook g3, well, queen f4 probably loses to rook c8 again. But my point is why allow queen to reach d2 at all?
Okay, so rook c8 provokes rook takes c8. Yes.
I just put it on the board. I think after rook c8, regardless of which of the two moves black chooses, I mean, he has two options: king g somewhere or rook takes c8.
Okay.
Doesn't change anything at all. White trades rooks and then goes rook f3.
Right. Okay, let's put that on the board. It looks very good for Magnus, because we talked about how safe the king was on e7. On g7 is the wrong square. Wrong side.
This is. I had this on the board a second ago. I just think it's entirely lost because, rook g3 and queen f8 are coming regardless of what you do, pretty much. And with the king on h2, there's really no counterplay you can create.
Exactly.
There are no squares on the board from which you can give check, pretty much.
So, my goodness, we're singing Magnus's praises again. Talk about that for a moment. Is he trapped or what?
I completely forgot about the third option. There is actually rook d7, but then, more geometry.
More geometry. That's
Yeah.
That's sweet. Is it sweet? There's no counterattack. What am I saying? Pardon me. I wanted to take it and play rook d2, but
that's kind of illegal.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of illegal. That will not be allowed.
No.
Yeah, you can do something crazy like this, but even
no.
bishop takes c6 is a cynical way of dealing with it.
Oh.
Sort of pointing out just how pointless this whole thing is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice one. That ends the game fast. Oh my! So Magnus looks to be the. By the way, they're on the 3-point win system in this tournament, so wins count treble.
They do, yeah.
Yes.
So Magnus is immediately a huge leader, yeah.
Right. Immediately. He's leading a charmed life,
he's just very, very good. I don't think it has much to do with charm of any sort. I think he's just incredibly good, and he also, I suspect, works a little bit more than people think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if they actually think that, anyone apart from perhaps Kasparov, who. Once again, I'm not privy to any kind of particular insight, but
right.
I've read somewhere that Kasparov considered him lazy and thought he wasn't working enough when they were still working together.
Uh-huh.
But yeah. This is exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, the people have very differing ideas of what lazy actually means, and I'm not sure his lazy is going to be in a dictionary next to the word lazy.
Right. Especially when you compare it to, say, somebody like myself. Well, this was many, many, many years ago, but Lajos Portish was reputed to be, a 10-hour-a-day working man. And I almost my head hit the table like, oh, groan, 10 hours a day. That was somebody who worked hard.
Yeah. There are still people out there who do that. And, I admire those people very much because I've never been able to do that, but.
Me either.
Yeah, but I'm fairly certain, Magnus is lazy is not really lazy, and he did play rook c8, so I think we're about to wrap up here.
Wow. Before we do, a couple of questions quickly or briefly or whatever. I'm a big Blitz chess fan, so let me just prelude with that comment. What happened to the expected?
Yeah, we were about to. Yeah, but it was kind of expected by people who got used to this idea that Tal is always followed by the Tal Blitz.
Right.
It was never actually on the cards this year. I'm not entirely certain why, but I think it was just never on.
Uh-huh.
I think the Russian Chess Federation at some point just took a conscious decision that they would prefer to hold one tournament and do it really, really well, and
which
perhaps
they did. Yeah,
and perhaps invite everybody they wanted to invite,
because
they only have to provide a prize fund for one tournament. Because Tal Blitz was, I have to point out, an incredibly well-paid tournament.
Right.
So it did occupy, it did sort of attract a huge chunk of the budget. No, the budget for this tournament is not limitless. Regardless of what people think, the coffers are not, self refueling.
Yes.
And I suspect, once again, this is, I'm not quoting anything as such. It's my understanding, but I may be wrong. Is that they just felt that this way they can do one thing exceedingly well instead of doing two things rather well.
Mm-hmm.
and they just and they chose that. And well, whilst it's regrettable, of course, to a certain degree, because it was a wonderful tournament and it was great to play in. But I can also understand them. I mean, they've been holding it for years, and nobody else, for some reason, seems to want to. And then they decided, okay, I mean, let somebody else carry this torch for a bit.
If I can ask a naive question, who was the sponsor for the Tal Memorial? We don't hear about
There were many corporate sponsors. One of the largest banks is sponsoring the Russian Chess Federation and the Tal Memorial in particular. And a few really, really big companies. I'm not going to name them for fear of making mistakes, but you can look at. I'm sure during the Tal Memorial, the banners were on the side of the web page, and you can actually probably go back and check.
I see.
The Russian Chess Federation these days is well and corporate sponsored. I mean, they don't rely anymore, if they ever did, on the kindness of heart of some single benefactor or of any sort. I mean, they have decent connections, and they have corporate sponsors who allow them to hold tournaments of this magnitude. Because obviously a tournament with all four of the 2,400 guys and the rest of the field also quite impressive. It's quite clearly not that cheap to hold.
Exactly. So a diversified corporate sponsorship. Well, I guess that's very good news, right? I mean,
it's still sort of exclusively Russian sponsorship. So they're not. Well, Nordea actually has a lot of successful things happening. Nordea is a Danish bank, and I had this funny conversation with Peter Heine Nielsen, who at some point saw a Nordea banner on some event happening in Russia, and he said, if we tried approaching them in Denmark for them and suggested to them that they might want to sponsor a chess event, they would just sort of kick us out of the office laughing. whereas in Russia, they seem to be doing it gladly, and he thought it was a bit strange and perhaps disappointing for him as a Dane. But that's how it is.
Something similar, of course, was in the mid-'70s in Holland. IBM, International Business Machinery Corporation from New Jersey, IBM, sponsored chess competitions in Holland, but it was unthinkable for them to sponsor a major event in the United States. Has this happened, by the way?
Yeah, this is on the board, and I found a sort of a defense, and David also found it. After King E7, the game will actually continue for a little bit longer, because
is that true?
I can't find a way to win more than the exchange immediately. I mean, the position is still, absolutely and utterly winning. It's just that I thought the game will not last until move 40, and now it might, because Black will recapture with the bishop.
Right.
And he has a position which still needs to be broken down somehow. Although, I mean, I'm sure it will be in a second somehow. We'll just play Rook A8 and take on A7. It's not as if Black is going anywhere.
Exactly. Big question.
Or maybe actually this is a good suggestion. I like this. You can go Queen takes A7, and there's probably no defense against Queen C7.
Worming in that way. That's a nice way. Big question for you. Peter, did you ever play against Tal himself?
I once saw him from a distance of 20 meters.
Wow, that's really close.
Yeah, that's the closest I ever got to the man.
Oh.
No, I was only just becoming, someone people might know. When he was very much.
So you weren't a board boy at one of his tournaments or something like that?
No. I came, I believe it was 92, and I was playing in the Open of the Alekhine Memorial, there was a very, very strong round robin, 8-people round robin, which I believe Boris Gelfand won.
Okay.
And there was also an open tournament running alongside it. And I was playing in the open, and I think that's correct. And for one of the rounds, he came to watch.
Oh.
And there were people talking to him, and I just stood there looking at him because he was always my hero, and it was fantastic to see him. But I could find no reason and no pretext to use for me to come up to him and introduce myself. I was frankly speaking a nobody, and I never really liked doing that anyway. Without a reason. So I just stood there, sort of gaping,
right,
in awe.
Right.
So no, I haven't played him.
Oh, pity.
Haven't even spoken to him. So people are suggesting we should stick to chess even a little.
Sure.
Well, Magnus went rook h8. This is also fine, and now Black at least can go queen g5 and perhaps break this pin. But if White does something like, let's say, rook f2, and after queen g5 just goes queen takes a7, there is still absolutely nothing Black can do. I mean, he's still completely immobile. And Magnus went rook f3, which is probably, it kind of leads to the same thing. I'll wait until he takes on a7 and then put it on the board.
Right. So and then
this is sorry.
Big question will be revolving around the I guess it's May 2012 World Championship match between Boris and Vichy in Moscow. Anything that you can share, any knowledge you might have, per se, about this World Championship match? It will be in Moscow, of course.
Yeah, I know, according to the latest news, and I think the game is about to finish because queen f8 check is kind of
big.
Not actually a check, yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know, it will be held. The games will actually be played at the Tretyakov Gallery, which is, it's wonderful that chess tournaments are held in
prestigious
places, in incredibly prestigious places like that. So this is good news, and I think, well, what can I say? I'm pretty sure it will be very well organized, and the players will be happy. As for the chess itself, I think both of these players have proven over the years that they play their best chess when there is a lot at stake.
Right.
Both of them, I think, much prefer playing in huge, sort of life-changing tournaments. I'm just wondering for a second, did Black resign or did he lose on time? Because he could actually continue here. He could play queen takes f5, and there's no mate.
I'm told White wins, and it didn't say especially whether it was a time decision or simply resigns.
The more I look at this position, the more I think that this is the best position Black had in a while. I'm not saying it's not lost. It probably still is.
Well, there's check on d8. King has to go to e6, and can I c4 maybe just to I'm told that Howell did resign. He did resign.
c4 creates an interesting threat of rook e8. Yeah, but we can maybe play rook queen e5 here. Create a square for the king to run to.
Wow. I'm told by Chessaholic,
and so,
according to a computer evaluation, queen takes f5 000.
Yeah.
Whoa.
This is amazing because let me just go back.
Yes.
Some moves ago. Yeah. Here. This is precisely why I thought he should go rook f2.
Rook f2.
Because rook f2, rook f2 does not give Black this tempo for e4.
Mm-hmm.
Although now come to think of it, after rook f2, queen g5, queen a7, e4. No, but this probably is actually winning, because now there is no queen takes f5.
Right. Precisely.
So this was actually winning, yeah. And this is the kind of magic of Magnus. You just assume automatically that what he's doing is correct. I mean, I did like rook f2 much more than rook f3, but I thought, okay, if Magnus played rook f3, there's no difference.
Right.
But there was actually a difference. This is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
This is quite remarkable.
This was the draw agreed, yeah?
I'm sorry, the wrong button. Yeah. This happened in my career more than once, and I've been on both sides of this. This is going to be incredibly painful. I mean, I've had people resign to me in drawn positions, and I've also resigned in a drawn position myself at least once.
Which was against Vichy, I believe. That was that Bishops
against Vlad. Yeah, that was against Vlad. Vlad against Vlad and Vike, not Vichy.
Right. Where it was a bishops of opposite color ending, and you didn't realize that you could simply keep the position.
Yeah, I just went absolutely crazy for 5 minutes. Because, I mean, to get to this position, I made, I think, 5 or 6 strictly only moves in a row. Otherwise, I could have resigned.
Right.
So I made all this effort to get there.
Right.
And then I decided to resign anyway, which was kind of stupid. And also, Eric Lobron once resigned against me in a completely drawn endgame.
Very.
Yeah, that's not very nice. And,
what
was the endgame?
Well, I'm saying, what was the situation? He missed a defense. It was a sharp position.
Basically, a position was I had a rook and a pawn against 2 pawns, and he was winning a rook for the pawn. But I was collecting the second one.
Okay.
And after that, you just automatically assume the pawn wins.
Right.
But in this particular instance, it wasn't. But he just assumed. The moment I stopped both of his pawns, he should resign.
Right.
Whereas in actual fact, it was a draw.
The only time I can really recall anything.
But let me just finish my point, because I'm losing my train of thought all the time, and it has to be stopped somehow. What I want to say is that we've been discussing this actually with people over. It's not a favorite topic as such. I mean, it's a topic that comes up, and I think this only happens to people who are young. At least in spirit.
Okay.
Because it's this must be psychological in some way, because you don't normally give up unless you feel you stand no chance.
Right.
And for your opponent to feel that he has no chance against you, you have to sort of exude, if that's the verb I'm looking for, this absolute,
aura of
invincibility and infallibility.
Right.
And I'm not, what I wanted to say is that it's going to be incredibly painful for David, but I'm not entirely surprised, because it's Magnus.
Right.
And you just assume you're lost.
Yes. Yes.
Also, I mean, he has been lost for a very long time, and it's kind of slightly unfair. He isn't anymore.
Right.
But also, as did I, when Magnus played rook f3, I thought, okay, I'm a bit surprised he didn't go rook f2, but what's the difference? I'm sure he knows what he's doing. And I'm sure a sort of the same thing happened to David, because he just thought, okay, I mustn't resign because I still have a few semi-active moves left, but it will now be shown to me how mate is given in this position.
Right.
And then, okay, a mate in 1 is threatened, so it's now time to resign.
Right.
And as far as, judging by, the times it happened to me, from, as I said, from both sides, it's a function of, it's this aura thing. Uh, Against Magnus, it's very possible that this will happen.
Right. Right. Yeah. No. Clear what you're saying. I mean, you're right. This aura at the table. I mean, obviously, we're thousands of kilometers away. We don't understand or feel the tension that the two players have at the board. But you're right. You sit down, you play Anatoly Karpov or Garry Kasparov. They get a kind of position that you know is really ugly for you, and mentally you've already kind of hit that switch. I'm going to lose this game. You're looking for the right moment to resign, and you find it at the wrong time.
Yeah, but it's kind of surprising because I'm unused to this. Even though it didn't cost him anything, I'm somewhat unused to this happening to Magnus.
Yeah,
it's
yeah. That's a strange rook g3, and like you say, rook f2 was a clean. It was I
thought it was a much cleaner way of doing things because all you needed to do is to stop this particular maneuver. You didn't want to allow the queen to e5.
Right,
and
keep the f pawn.
So it's on
f8.
It's a bit strange, but there you go.
Okay, well, first of all, let me say once again, thank you very much. It was wonderful to have you back with the ICC. I can only emphasize that you had a lot of cheering fans during the World Cup as well as the Russian Championship, where you had marvelous victories. We hope you come back. It was really, really fun. Quick predictions for the tournament, or you don't? You're not a particular chess Nostradamus.
No, I don't want to get into that.
Okay, and then how about the World Championship match itself? Do you see clear? Do you, like everybody else, see Anand as a clear favorite, or do you think Boris is being underestimated?
No, I think Vishy is the favorite, but I don't think it will be one-sided in any way.
Yeah,
I think Boris always, as I said earlier, I think Boris plays way better than he plays in let's say run-of-the-mill tournaments, if you can use that term, when he plays in the cycle, any kind of the World Cup win, the win in Kazan, they all
City.
show and he is generally excellent when there is a lot at stake, and there's also a very clear goal.
Exactly.
I mean, in a match, you know what you're aiming for. You know who your opponent is, and you know what you're aiming for. And I think it will be a close fought match. I think, judging by the let's say the rating difference, which has to stand for something. It can't be ignored altogether. Right. Judging by this and judging by the scope of results over the years, Vishy has to be considered a favorite. But I don't side with people who think it will be one-sided.
I agree with you there.
Very good sentence.
Yeah, I agree with you there completely, and I think even more so and I'm sure Boris's preparation will be first rate for that match. But if he does get into positions where he is well prepared, look out. I mean, his preparation can knock you out, and you still have to beat him. And as he proved in the matches in Kazan, he's not the easiest player in the world in a one-on-one match to win.
Not at all. Yeah,
not at all.
I think people underestimate him. People look at, let's say, the Finnish Tal Memorial, and they think this is not very impressive, and it wasn't.
No.
But he clearly wasn't on his best form, and I'm pretty sure he already is quite extensively preparing for the match, and because of this, perhaps wasn't showing everything he knows. Would be probably a bit stupid for him to start showing the exact direction his preparation is heading.
Right.
So I think it will be an interesting match.
Me too. Peter, once again, a great pleasure to have you on. Congratulations to all your successes, and I hope that your team gets its act together, I guess, for the Olympiad, right? Istanbul will be the next
Probably is, yeah.
Yeah, crucial.
Remains to be seen if I'm still picked for it. So
I think they'll make
but
a big mistake if you're not on the team.
well, as I've had this dialogue a bit over the past couple of weeks with various people. So my last 3 team results were +1, 50%, and -1. So,
well, but you were leading board ones, and yeah. Well, okay.
No, I just want to point out this is not me searching for compliments. I mean,
understood.
there is a case to be made for not picking the player who is gradually going
Slipping.
Clearly wrong direction.
Clearly. Okay, Peter. Once again, happy weekend. Good weekend.
Yeah, thanks everybody, and I'll go collapse probably.
Yeah, very good. And thank you all to the ICC. This has been your host, Yasser. Seirawan, along with 6-time Russian champion Peter Svidler. Wishing you a happy day. Congratulations to Magnus Carlsen, who is our sole leader by virtue of being the only winner in the first round of the London Classic. Tomorrow I will be on with Alex Yermolinsky for round 2, same time, I believe. And we'll look forward to that broadcast tomorrow. Thanks all. Pleasant weekend.